Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate all of you for making time to join us again for your lovely program, the Open Forum that discusses the political development in our country. Today, we've had a great day with the beehive of activities with the political party amendment bill on the floor of the House and the flexing of muscle between Azmio team and UDA. We've had more than enough times claims of we have numbers, we have numbers, we have numbers. Today, those numbers were put to test and they seem to have failed. So tonight we are looking at UDA numbers. Where are the numbers? Where are the 160 members of parliament on the floor of the House? What happened? That is what I need us to get into and talk about UDA and her claims, check it against the political perception versus political reality. Thank you, those of you that are joining. Eric Wekesa, karibu sana. Otiano Jaugenya, thank you very much. George Megich, karibu kabisa. Pendo Love, thank you so much. Kevin Odero, karibu kwa show. Naomba tukaribishane, tuwote tujumuike pamoja. Usiku wa leo tujadiliane, tujue mbivu na mbichi. Numbers za UDA ziko wapi? Kwa sababu zimekosekana kwa floor of the House. They lost twice. And although they are making most of the noise about what happened, fighting the procedure, not... I don't understand much of what they are fighting for, because if all they are looking for is procedure and who did not appear, where was the handset? I think we have a great show tonight. So let's get in and let's get talking. Then the link is in the comments for those of you that want to join. James, how are you?
I'm fine.
Haya, karibu karibu. Hizi namba tuonyeshe leo.
Asante. Where are the numbers?
Where are the numbers?
I would really appreciate if David and it's called who? The other Pato and the brigade come to this show today to tell us whether the guys who have been frocking around the deputy president are Mataberi. Because when you have a general whose army deserts him at the time of need, then that is a very big problem. It was their time to flex muscles and show the other side dust. But ni kama yao sasa inaonekana kama ni mnyambo ya punda ambayo ambayo does not amount to anything at the end of the day. It is shameful. Actually, if I were the deputy president, William Samoei Ruto, I would summon these guys and ask for a payback. I would really demand my money back, because this is a big letdown. That is if these numbers really exist, because I think I'm convinced the numbers do not exist myself, and those who occasionally appear around him, it is money that they are going for. They are not committed to him. But you know, sometimes hata msichana undanganywa na watu ikawa namna hiyo. So he cannot purport to be cleverer than anybody else. There are those who have seen a kiosk where they can go and take chapatis and chai kila siku. And but when the crucial time comes, they desert. They go their own ways because they are not committed. And I'm not surprised because I think most of them have started detecting that this man is going nowhere, and therefore they are taking very conscious steps that they don't think with him, wasinje wakazama na yeye, sababu ukweli ni kwamba yuko kwa njia panda. Ile siasa yake ya village politics, ile ya kuenda ukiwa umebeba mkoba ya pesa, hiyo siasa imepitwa na wakati, na itadhihirika hivi karibuni kwamba most of those people flocking, both MPs and the public, they are just phantom. Ni watu ya kujifikiria kwamba they are supporters. They are not. They are actually people who are trying to assist him to spend the money that he seems to have, the inexhaustible amounts of money that he seems to have. But it is also a good strategy. I have come to admire Kenyans because they don't waste an opportunity that they see. And mambo bando, wacha tungoje the third reading. If they are man enough, that is the point at which they should come and prove everybody wrong by voting against the bill at the last stage. Otherwise, nikirundia tena ile kurukaruka kwao hapa nje ni kama mnyambo ya punda tu, na hakuna pahali itawapeleka. Asante.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you so much. Let's keep talking. Namba za UDA ni za kutisha, za kutoa vitisho, wakati zinahitajika zinapotea, lakini leo tutajua mbivu na mbichi. Mpaka kabla tufuge stesheni leo, lazima tuelewe namba zinapotelea wapi. Doyan Geoffrey. Doyin Geoffrey, upo? Unmute and talk. Geoffrey yako na tatizo. Aya, Jerry Hopkins. Jerry, are you there?
Yes, I'm there. Just entering now. You can proceed. I'll catch up later. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. Andy, give us the numbers. Where are the numbers?
Bernard.
Yes.
Let me tell you a story of a certain old man who died and went on the other side. On reaching heaven, God allowed them to decide on where to go or to visit hell and heaven. Now, you had that permission to go to hell and again go to heaven and see what will happen. Now the man decided to go to hell. He went to hell and found things were very good there. He found Satan, he was welcomed, he found a lot of things, many things to enjoy. He then proceeded to heaven. He found the angels of God, rains, green pasture, everything. But now he came and understood that he said that pastors have been lying a lot about hell. In hell, everything is good, but in the ground, we are being to we are always lied that hell is bad. And at heart, he also said that heaven is very boring. It's very boring. And the angel asked him again. He asked him, "Where will you prefer to go?" This man decided to go to hell because he left things good there. The angel instructed her to get into the lift. On reaching to hell, things had changed. He found the Satan in a very different way. The place was a desert. And now he asked the Satan, what happened? I found this place very good. Satan akamwambia, that time we were campaigning. Wakati ulikuja, tulikuwa tuna campaign. Sasa vitu zimebadilika. And now let me tell you, Bernard, there is life after politics. We live to fight another day. I will tell you that UDA has numbers, and 2022 itakuwa dhihirisho ya demokrasia imekubalika katika maneno ya kupiga kelele kwa sababu ya kitu kidogo. That we are Kenyans. So I will not talk. Where niingilie tu na hizo manamba msema tunapayuka na numbers.
But the issue of numbers, we are not the ones bringing up the issue of numbers.
Now you see everything becomes good. Everything becomes good when campaigns are you see this guy wakati alikuta shetani alienda hela akakuta kila kitu ni mzuri. Wakati alirudi alikuta nchi imekauka, shetani venye alimkuta ameng'ara, ndio hiyo mkia. Anamuuliza what happened, akamwambia ile wakati tulikuwa campaign. And this is what is happening now. Kuna watu wanatoa pesa kidogo hapa nini juu ya campaign, wanakuja kwa parliament juu ya blackmail. In fact the MPs hivi tu
so are you saying that Jubilee numbers can only show up during campaign and then during voting they disappear?
We are not after numbers.
I mean UDA numbers, sorry.
We have numbers.
You have numbers.
We are after people, the will of the people being heard. This is a democratic country.
The will of the people being heard, like it was heard today. Thank you very much, Andy.
Stop! You're shortchanging me so fast.
I am not shortchanging you. I am just agreeing with you.
I will accept. I will accept that.
Thank you. All right. Can we now go to the next person? Ama una la ziada? All right. Then let's. Jerry, are you sorted now? Oh, Jerry said it's not yet ready. Inawezekana?
Yes, Mr. Bernard. How are you guys?
Yeah, we are good. We are good. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you, sir. And Mr. Wekesa, I can see you and all the panelists. I am going to be just very brief. Yesterday, I said that today we are going to see if the 160 will materialize, but si imekuwa tu bure hivyo, si imekuwa hewa. Nothing has happened, and I think wamesema they will go watafanya January. You know, these our brothers from this other side, they have this character. You know, mambo yao ni they had a plan. Huwa wanatuambia wako na plan, and their plan has been revealed, and their plan is to have like a choir, like something to like music. They want to sing. Mambo ni bottom up, si ni kutoka chini kwenda juu. Huyu mjamaa si ni wa kitendawili, and they just have to wanataka wapate watu kadhaa ambao watakuwa ndio wanaimba hiyo wimbo, you know, and life goes on. When serious matters arise, they are nowhere to be seen, you know. Looking at the kind of legislators that are found in the parliament from the UDA side, unaona mtu hata hana kitu ya kusema. Yani the kind of team that is being built, unashangaa what kind of team we will have if if by any chance they win the election, what kind of team they will have, you know. So hii ni moto tu, tunaitanga moto ya karatasi inawaka. When the big boys come to serious matters, they will step aside, and the serious things will be dealt by the serious boys. So yeah, 160 was just fake, and it will never happen. 160 will never happen. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you. Inawezekana. Penny Nyagaka says, Bernard, really, if you have numbers, impeach the man from Sugoi. My response to you, Penny, is we don't need to impeach the guy. The person who is about to throw himself on the cliff doesn't need to be pushed. You just let the person jump, and it will end up the same place. So there is no need of impeaching somebody. It's too late in the day. Would have impeached him earlier so that we save the taxpayers' money. But now there is no need. He can eat the remaining few months before he's shown the door by Kenyans. I think I leave it there. Let's go. Wekesa has gone where? Okay, WG, how are you?
Bernard, how are you?
I'm well. Wondering where UDA numbers are. So help me locate them, please.
But we've been insisting here always that these guys have nothing. They have nothing to offer. They are making noise. UDA is thriving on empty perceptions.
Mm-hmm.
They thrive on empty perceptions where at this particular moment we can't find where to nail them. We've not been finding where to nail them on the numbers. Just a few days ago, when what was DP Ruto, was he in Western or Turkana, when he was insisting that we have our 160, MPs. So today they will not even raise 100. Forget about 160. And we are asking ourselves, where are these MPs? And that is how they want to play this game. Even on the ground, be sure, Bernard, even on the ground, there is nothing. They are blowing hot air for nothing. And I think that's the reason why even Raila is handling this campaign very casually. He knows, it appears he knows what goes on the ground. And he knows quite well that the UDA has no numbers, both in the two houses and on the ground. And that's why he comes and does one thing. He brings the Azimio la Umoja, and then he disappears to the holiday. He does the holiday, and then he will also come back again and do one thing and disappears, because this could be the easiest election so far for Raila Odinga. They also the UDA act like a weak bull. A weak bull, when the opponent is standing there, you will see it going around with a lot of fuss, to the thickets, and would really create a lot of fuss in the thickets and in the ant hills, just to show the opponent how bad he is, how bad news he is, that the moment he will land on him, things will really be bad for the knee. But now when it comes to the real fight, it finds nothing so far. So that is what the guys today showed in Parliament. And instead of now coming out and just raising their heads that we were their hands that we were not able to get enough votes, they looked for some scapegoats, and they were now praising that the mere fact that the whole thing had been postponed to third, that is now their victory. That was to appease their or to to console their supporters who are really looking forward that they would work miracles in Parliament. So that is what they did. They came out making a lot of noise on how the postponement was a victory, which is just another noise for nothing. I think there is nothing we should expect big from these guys. Asante. Bernard,
Okay, thank you, WG.
So you thought I
Yes.
would take that long the way I normally take? This is a short thing.
It is okay, thank you. Daniel Lele.
What do you hear me? Hello.
Yes, Karibu. We can hear you, but raise your voice.
Thank you so much. There is only one thing that I wish to clarify from you people, that in politics there is what you call, there is the use of the mind and the use of numbers. But for now, I see you are so, people are so happy about the numbers that was there in Parliament. But I can ask you a simple question. Did you saw Sudi there?
Is Sudi ever there?
I'm asking you, did you saw Sudi there?
That's what I'm saying. Where was he?
No. I'm asking you a simple question. So if you want to know, we were not there for the numbers, but we were keeping time our president because we respect him. We further in him. So we still there, one respect him. But when we talk the numbers, man, we can raise the numbers. But the only thing that we still respect our president. But we need them to provide us with a good legal framework for doing this thing. But in politics, there is something that you must learn. Each day you are talking about that Ruto is paying people. But I show you the truth, man. That is not how to learn politics. Criticism is the best thing in politics. If there is something wrong, you go and correct. But if you just rely on the something that Ruto is paying people, that is why the guy is gaining the ground. And you are relying on the same thing every day, that big Ruto is paying people. And I show you the truth. There is something I ask myself. We fought in Raila. We know Raila. The people of 55, we know Raila. We are for the in Uhuru. So we understand these people so much. So, but I'm talking about today's issue is that they were aware that this thing will not pass through. Did you saw Ndwale? Yeah.
Daniel.
Yes.
You are here telling us that there is a bill that UDA wanted to oppose. They went to the floor of the House to oppose.
That's right, I understand.
But because of their respect for the president, they left home their soldiers.
No.
What were they going in the House to do?
There is something I wish to advise you. This bill was what this is a special setting. You understand?
Yes.
Being a special setting, it can find any member of the parliament in anywhere. You understand? So as somebody, as a member of the parliament has a plan. So if you have a plan, and this is a special setting that have been organized by the majority leader, as mobilized its people before special setting. You understand?
So Daniel, what are you telling me? You are saying Azimio la Umoja mobilized their people and told you when it is late for you to mobilize yours to go to parliament. Is that what you're telling us?
You know what, man?
Yes.
We have a proper planning from day one to the next day. There is no single day that we can break our plan so that we can satisfy this. And we know we still have time. We cannot celebrate right now. We celebrate this thing once it passed. Once it has been signed by the president, that is the time you can celebrate. But now, that is why this thing cannot be celebrated right now. You still celebrate once you saw Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta signing that thing. But now, man, I show you the truth. It's not the time to celebrate.
Okay. Let me take you
Can
on the
I
one
ask a question?
you claimed that William Ruto is gaining ground. Where is he gaining ground?
I'm asking you a simple question, man. A simple thing that you must understand. And I'm asking you, I'm from the bar of Rift Valley. That you people, you say that, I might say that, I may say that UDA is more popular in Rift Valley, yes. If you see a place whereby most of the area Hembi moving to ODM and they are coming from Rift Valley, you can ask me that ODM is gaining ground from that place because there is no area of the parliament who can sacrifice himself or herself. You understand?
So the shifting of members of parliament to UDA is a proof that William Ruto is gaining ground.
I'm asking you a simple question. That if you see a place whereby an area of the parliament, as somebody who moved from one place to another, even those one who moved from UDA from Western Kenya to ANC, shows that ANC is gaining momentum in Western Kenya. You understand?
Now, I have said this before. No, relax, relax. It's too early in the day. Relax. I have said, Bernard Daniel, that
Yes,
simple statistics, okay?
right.
Simple statistics whereby on this platform right now, we are 10 people, okay?
Right.
If we take a vote
on
this 10 people,
right,
how many UDA people will we get versus how many Azimio people will we get?
I cannot
relax. I have not finished my statement. Okay.
Let me answer you.
Yes.
That is not. This is what you call bias statistics. Have you did statistics?
Did we plan to meet on this platform?
We didn't plan to meet. I even joined this thing because
did you even imagine we will meet here?
I'm asking you. I'm currently even now. I joined this thing because
that's why I'm telling you. That's why I'm telling you it is wrong for you to say we are biased because we have just met. Okay, number one. Number two, we are in the same space. Just like you go to what is it called? 46 Stadium. Is it called 46 Stadium or 64? In Eldoret.
64.
Yes, 64 Stadium, the shopping, the market that is beside the stadium, randomly. And you carry out a statistic, ongea na mama, okay? Among 10 women, how many will be UDA? How many will be Azimio? From that, you can make a conclusion on who is gaining the ground. But if you tell me that my member of parliament joined the UDA, he can be the only one joining UDA, like those ones who come from my village, Western Kenya. They are joining UDA for the reason they are joining. And right now, they are beginning to retract. So that means this your statistics you are basing your argument on is one thing. And for you not to be shocked, just relaxing. Produce the numbers if they are there. If they are not, accept there are no numbers so that we look for them.
Allow me to answer you one thing.
Okay, finish. Answer me as you finish.
There is one thing that you must know, man, that there is a big difference between the scholars and those who are voting. We scholars, we speak from the abstract, and we scholars, we speak as with the dynamic that we see in Kenya. But I show you the truth. Voting, regardless of whom you are, matters a lot. And I show you the truth. The one you are speaking that area MB and moving to go, we scholars, or you people scholars think that we have a big difference. There's a big difference between us and those people on the ground, and there is no way that we can charge because we have access to social media. You can easily see our communication that we are doing, or what we are writing in our social media. But when you go to those people from the crowd, you will understand where the direction are going.
Okay, thank you. We will understand when we go to the ground. And kwani sisi hatuko kwa ground?
There's a big deviation between you.
Sawa, wewe utatupigia picha ya ground utuletee. Wewe ndio uko kwa ground, sisi hatuko.
I will advise you, man. Let's wait to next year, then you will see.
Iya kungoja next year, tumengoja leo tuone namba kwa flow. Tulikuwa promised, we did not see. So ataki kungoja next year, we go and confirm on the ground and come and tell us umeenda kwa ground in Marsabit ukapata hii, West Pokot ukapata hii, Mombasa ukapata hii, Western ukapata hii. Then if your number is accurate, we'll see it translate into votes. If it is just the statistics of Itumbi that we are used to, it can only exist in the minds of Itumbi and his 36 bloggers who are there to create an impression. Political perception is different from political reality. And when it comes to voting, everybody's going to vote for political reality whereby we vote this way, not we have been told to vote this way. When it comes to that kind of voting, I trust Kenyans. They know what to do. Let's move on. I trust Kenyans. You're now 100%.
For this one, you will trust yourself. I show you the truth.
I trust Kenyans. Wakenya wajanilete down kwa booth. Wanajua kufanya kazi.
Wacha nikwambie. Have you ever participated in politics?
Bernard.
Have I ever what?
Have you ever participated in politics?
What I'm doing right now is political.
This is not politics. This is political analysis. But yes. Have you ever been campaigning in politics?
Yes, I have.
I show you the truth, man. You cannot judge what is inside somebody's pocket.
That's what I'm telling you.
This is not
based
talking about
on the Daniel. The problem with you guys is that you don't like history. But for us to judge politics properly, especially in Kenya, we must look at it historically, okay? How do those people vote? Kenyans have what they call political reality. You will come with euphoria, you will come with promises, you can give them whatever you want. But there is what they have chosen to do. They will keep quiet about it. Lakini ikifika ile siku ya kura, ndio watakwambia ile chumvi ulitupatia ilikuwa inatutusi.
No. Let me answer you, Bernard. You know what, Bernard?
That's not a question, Daniel. Relax.
You know what, Bernard? No. There is something I want to go. There is something I want to go. There is one thing I want you to learn from this government. We formed to be a government, and we understand so much. See how much Changi is Peter talking about. Why did if Ruto was too easy, the way you are thinking that it is too easy, why all apparatus is fighting Ruto? If Ruto was something like Mutafati, something like Kalonzo, somebody like anyone, there is nothing you people you could have talking about Mutafati. You could have talking about Ruto, but every day in everything that you post about Ruto. Why? So because
you have just painted what I'm calling political perception, okay?
It's not a
political perception where you blow up your candidate to look so big and you think that every move the government is making is against him. That's what he has been doing all along. But the truth is the government is carrying out its own program regardless of what William Ruto does. William Ruto is not the target of this.
You talk because you are in the government.
He has offered himself to be the target. So that
anyway, man,
he can collect sympathy from that is nobody wishing his king Zohania now too tired and the rest is yet to start. This advice to relax, go to the drawing board and look for numbers. All these 36 bloggers who have 5 accounts and they are voting for him online. That will not translate to really vote.
Bernard, you are breaking.
K alikuwa na votes online. Mingi, so forget the bloggers. Thank you very much. We have exhausted and we have taken too much time on that. Vincent Owori, iko nini?
Yeah, good evening everybody.
Good evening. Karibu.
Yeah, asante sana. Unajua nimeingia na kuna shughuli nyingine bado nilikuwa nafanya. So I want to talk about these UDA numbers. You know, each and every time they have been saying that we have numbers. DP himself has been shouting everywhere he goes that, you know, we have numbers. And today there's this guy, I don't know if kama takuja online, there is this guy called Peter Kipto or who, the guy who said one day, I think it was last week, that
there is
that they
Pato,
have
there is Beto, and there is I think it's Pato Kipt.
Yeah, the guy who said that in Western they have 10 members of parliament from UDA. And now these members of parliament, if you look at it now, all of them have disappeared. And you know, I think by tomorrow, Bernard, you will see mostly the people who voted yes. And it will be surprise even for them, those who are saying that they have numbers, the UDA people, you will find that even some of them, you will find will vote yes. And that's normally what happens if it comes to matters of voting in parliament. It has happened in Senate. I think during the impeachment of Waiguru, Waititu, you find that those who are complaining, those who are with Waititu, those who are with there are those who are with who? This guy called Sonko. So you find that you find that they normally say that they have numbers, but now when it reaches a point now when the numbers, they need the numbers, all their numbers normally do disappear. But Daniel can't tell us that most of there are people that wengine sijui walikuwa na DPC where you can't tell us that some of them are out. Normally nowadays most things they normally do online. Even when it comes to voting in parliament, you find that yule ambaye ako nje anaenda through Zoom and a vote. So they can't tell us each and every time that they have numbers. What normally, I think Mbadi said that one thing, Mbadi and Junet said one thing, that the people, they don't, the numbers that each and every time they are saying that they have, they do cook the numbers. So, and ni wale ambao wako pale kukula pesa za DP. And it will be a surprise. I think umeambia the guy that currently anaongea about the MPs that are reaching, those who are reaching ODM, those who are reaching which parties joining UDA. It will reach next year, wakati wa campaign, you will find even those who are currently are working with DP each and every time they are with DP celebrating, even I don't know, birthday. They normally see Baba doing birthday in Mombasa. So currently hata yeye mwenyewe pia amesema wacha let me go and do my birthday in Mombasa. So you find those people who are with him by next year, most of them watamwacha. And let him know this, that this is Kenya and this is Kenyan politics. Huwa inafika pahali ambapo kila mtu anaangalia the winning side. Unaenda unaangalia which side is going to win and you go there. But if you want to tell us that ile wakati sasa the number you are telling unatuambia ati I have the numbers, ile wakati sasa inatakikana omlete the numbers, then again you start complaining. You yourself, you start complaining that no, it was like this and this and this. Why? Aache hiyo mambo yake, asiji mambo ya numbers, that I have the numbers. Akae chini, angalia, apange tu mpango yake. Let him do the calculation very well. Let him not do the calculation of numbers in parliament, because currently like ukiangalia those wale wa nini hao watu wake All of them currently are in Jubilee because they were elected in Jubilee. So that's the reason why even they want to support the bill itself. They can't tell us that since now they are in UDA, now they can't. All of them are what, but they are still members of Jubilee until the day they will be elected in that UDA, the party called UDA. That's when we'll start calling them members of UDA. But currently, let them not call themselves members of UDA, yet they were elected with what? With Jubilee. So the meaning of history yao ya sijui numbers and whatever, wawache, still they are members of Jubilee. Waongoje kura ifike next year, waone kama wanachagulia na hiyo UDA yao ama wanachagulia na Azimio la Umoja. Asante, nitachangia baadaye.
Okay, thank you, Vincent. I think let's let it rest there. WG,
question.
Okay,
a brief question. I want to ask, could it be because of William Ruto's policy of having a single party, one big party, as opposed to coalition? What could have led? Because sometimes, yes, he might be having the numbers, people who are favoring him or who have soft spot for him. But now when it comes to this policy of one single huge party, which may lead to one party state, do you think that is what could have led the voting to be like that, Vincent?
Can I answer you, WG? You know, currently, we are in a democratic country, and we are in a multi-partyism country. And currently, if you go back to 2017, you see these people who are currently forming parties. You know what happened in 2017? It is the same DP who come up with this issue of merging the parties together. And you know, like merging parties together, unaenda unavunja, alivunja yake URP. Currently angekuwa mtu mwingine mjanja, angeenda fufua ile URP yake, which he himself can't do. So he can't take us back to KANU eras. We are in a multi-partyism country, and lazima hata we mwenyewe currently WG, even tomorrow if you wake up, unaweza amua uanze hiyo WG party yenye iwezi so azituambia aturudishe nyuma hiyo mambo yake hata
ngoja Vincent.
Yeah,
the question is from WG, could
yeah,
it be that the William Ruto insisting on everybody joining UDA could it have affected the way the vote went, or it's just that he doesn't have the numbers?
it has affected that, because you know currently even those hata wenye wako kwa hiyo nini yake, those who he currently saying that he has the numbers, you see those people hata wenyewe they can't allow warudi kwa one party state. That's the first thing that affected, because hata hao watu pia very soon utaona hata Ndindi Nyoro pia atajitokezea aende anze party yake. So akienda asimame pale kwa nini, akai pale kwa UDA at ni one party state, obviously that's what affected him.
Okay, thank you. Let us let's get moving. I would want to state here that history has something to do with it. The folding of the party in 2017 and how the nominations were handled is one thing that you can't rule out in the decision of the issue of demanding to fold up party. That cannot be ruled out in affecting on how members of parliament will respond to that. And William Ruto trying to bulldoze that is going to affect him. And in fact, the reason why there is spirited fight on the floor of the House against the political party amendment bill is to prevent what will happen to UDA in case this bill goes through. what will happen is that every party, no matter how small, will be safeguarded and will be entitled to be to political party fund by the state. And so that will make the small parties that he wanted to swallow refuse to dissolve because they have been given a lifeline. And then, so UDA will be stranded where it is stuck. It cannot add more people. It cannot add more parties. And so it will be limited to some degree. And the people joining the wherever the Azimio will join as parties and join as individuals with that liberty. And whatever means they use to join, they will still be entitled, even if they have 2 members of parliament or 1 governor or 1 senator, they are entitled to be funded. So the bill is giving so much goodies that if it sails through, what the goodies UDA is offering are too low to be, to be compared to what the Azimio party amendment bill, like Junaid said, offers. And so the greatest threat here is the lifeline given to smaller parties that William Ruto is not tolerant for. And so just like the BBI, this amendment is going to be opposed to any length. Even after it passes the 3rd reading, they are going to court on the same. They want to try and see how to frustrate it because UDA life depends on the failure of this bill. That is my personal observation. You're free to judge it the other way as much as you can. Wekesa, I believe you're back.
Yeah, I'm back. Nimekuwa na blackout kiasi, network nini kakuwa na fluctuation.
Sawa, hebu ingia alafu uendelee. Ni mimi naongea? Sawa. Yeah, today I'm a very happy person of the events that have taken place. One, I've been one of the people who have maintained on this platform that, sorry for that, that Jubilee, not Jubilee, UDA numbers are cosmetic. Cosmetic in a way that they are there for PR, to show that, yes, we are many. But when you ask yourself, I've always asked myself, what have they used those numbers to do? When their senior governors were being impeached, did we see UDA numbers or Tangatanga numbers? No. When there's no bill that has been passed in Parliament that reflects that these are UDA numbers. So in a nutshell, they are just there to create a perception. And you see, they think Kenyans are fools. So you can just tell them anything and they believe. But when the reality comes, those numbers are nowhere to be seen. At some point, they told us they have I think the highest they have gone is 170 something, 179. Then they came to 170, 150 members, 139, 100 members. They were reducing. So recently, it's like they had come back to one. Actually, I had a clip where the deputy was talking about 155 members. Then after 2 weeks, he talked about 160. So that means they were increasing and increasing. Now today, if he was to allow now the reality to sink, he would have allowed all the 160 members to go in Parliament and stand in solidarity and just make a statement. You see, they have never made a statement in Parliament that even can shake their Jubilee partner who
whom they accuse of having shortchanged them. So these numbers they talk about, we don't know for what, and when will they be effective. And if they cannot be effective right now, then it beats the logic of having many numbers. Why do you need numbers? But in the time of need, you can't use them. It's just like me telling you, Bernard, I have a lot of money. But you find me working on food. I have a lot of money. But you find my children sleeping hungry. I have a lot of money. But you find me, I'm working naked. So what kind of money is this? So there are those people who will create a lifestyle that they have money, they have what it takes to be in that class, but when reality comes, they are not. So for now, we know the 68 members. The rest, they can try to explain where they are, but that is not here or there. Let's also say that there are people who are on who are playing the DB. They are there maybe to enjoy the privileges of what is sharing. Maybe those projects is launching can help their constituency or whatever. So they appear to be on his side. But when it comes to real issues that matter, they stand with the parties that sponsor them, whether they are ANC, whether they are Jubilee or ODM or for the Kenya. In fact, it was a day before that when we saw that guy of ANC going back to his party. So I don't know, but those numbers are not there. Thank you. Kama kuna swali. Nimeona kuna jamaa anashinda hapa akituambia story ya vitu kwa ground different. I have always been told that watu wanatuambianga ya kwamba there's a difference on the ground. We wonder kwani ground ya wapi ndio the real ground? Even those, they are the same guys who have been telling us they are listening on the ground, but when they go there in the rallies, people start booing them. So you are listening on the ground and unaenda kukua booed. So those are just we call them slogan sound bites that they are not consequential. Another thing that that guy said is that you see, I have always warned people, if you are with a first time candidate, you need to work extra hard, because first time candidates are always excited. It's like for you when you are doing something for the first time. Even when you are tuning a lady for the first time, if she smiles, you think she has accepted you. Kumbe ako tu na vitu zake. So these guys are excited about the numbers because this is the first time they are running for president. So anything that looks like numbers excites them. But Kenyans have been in this game of campaign for long until they can do anything, especially when they realize that you are a very generous person. They will come listen to you and get what you can offer them. But when they go home, there's a guy, I'm in Pachakos, who told me, nimekula ya DP 3K. Nikamuuliza utamvotia? Mimi ni wa Kalonzo. So the money is there, people will come, yes, watakula, but when it comes to voting, they go back to their original cocoons. So don't be lied by campaigns. Another thing is that the campaign manager for DP has been very strategic. They go to places on a market day. They choose junctions where it is a very busy junction. You block the vehicles and you have to create a jam and a mass crowd. It works for optics, yes, but is it real on the ground? Have you converted us just because you blocked us on? In fact, sometimes we get frustrated if you continue blocking us on the road. Yeah. So those are just for optics, but not like they are real numbers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Wekesa. Tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa Sir David Kimani.
Thank you, Bernard. Good evening, viewers.
Good evening, Kim.
Karibu.
Thank you for this opportunity. Today, I'm happy lot. Because just like I predicted yesterday, remember I told you I was expecting this motion to sail through. While it not interjection by the speaker who seemed to be biased, because actually the ruling that he gave, he did not get the concept from the, or rather, hack to mere tradition of the house. Ali interject akapeana date, badala hiyo mjadala aulize watu, kozi ni kitu ambayo ilikuwa inafaa kuisha leo, and he doesn't have a valid reason as to why he had joined that meeting. But anyway, there is one thing that I've always believed. Our deputy president, or rather the UDA people, they are people who are living a lie. And you know, there's a difference between perception, political perception, and the reality on the ground. I wouldn't be surprised to see exactly what happened today in the House is exactly what is going to happen on the ground. Ask me why. If the election that were held at Meru is anything to go by, you see somebody like Moses Kuria never went on the ground. Alikuwa on the hospital bed. He campaigned on the hospital, whereas our watu hata DP mwenyewe alienda huko, and you see they had only a margin of 200 votes. That one should worry DP much. The other thing is about the time. It should worry DP much because he has campaigned for the last 4 years. And Azimio are not even 1 month old. And you see these people are gaining ground. And they are gaining momentum day by day. Na inaonekana hii kitu inaweka the DP people in panic mood. Because if you read them, nafaa kuona these are people who are so bitter. Hata wamekosa kuwa na points. They seem overreacting over all issues. Na inaonekana hao watu wameanza ku lose confidence. They need to they need to re-strategize or else sioni wakienda pahali. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Sir David Kimani. Kama hakuna swali tumsikize Omar, and then tuende kwa Eagles Park, alafu Mkenya Imara. Omar Odero, hali vipi leo?
Hali ya leo naendelea na matibabu yangu kwa nyumba. Lakini haijaniweka chini. Nashukuru mwili yangu iko na nguvu.
Okay.
Leo nimeangalia maajabu nyingi sana ya hii dunia ya Kenya.
Yepi hayo, tueleze.
Maajabu ya dunia ya Kenya, nimeona kuna mtu anajiita bottom up. Na hiyo alikuwa anasema ma-MP 150. Kweli hao ma-MP walitoroka wapi? Kujipiga kifua. Kenya, I think William Ruto hajasoma hii siasa ya Kenya. Kwanza asome hii siasa kwa mzee Raila. Mara kwanza Raila alikuwa na hii kierere speedy, kujipiga kifua, lakini mara kadhaa Raila hakufaulu. Alikuwa anatoa vitisho sijui nini, mambo, kasema ni yeye ana lead statement, lakini akaambiwa si wewe. Wakati tunapiga hiyo kura miaka zote tulikuwa tukilia, tunatamani kufunga TV, hatutaki kuona results, lakini tunashangaa hizo kura zinaenda wapi na tunapigia mzee. Leo naangalia Garissa akikuwa na huyo Dwala. Sisi Waislamu tunamuita Dwala. Kwanza tukikuja kwa Duale hakuna kitu ana present kwa sisi Waislamu. Duale hata jamii hapo Duale haiza kakuja jamii msikiti wa jamii town kusema sijui Waislamu tufanye hivi, atatolewa mbio. Hakuna mtu anamsikiza Duale. Duale ni nothing katika sisi Waislamu. Na nilikuwa naona wanashirikiana wakimtusi mzee. Kila rally wakienda Garissa huko wanamtusi mzee, wanaongea mzee vibaya sana. Yaani ile mambo tu akizungumza Raila. Sijui nini Raila. Sijui Raila aliwanyang'anya bibi ama nini, sielewi. Na kila wakimtusi mzee ana gain chini, anakuja juu. Leo nimeangalia hisabu ya Mtai Ngunyi. I think baadhi yenu mumeiona hiyo hisabu. Mtai Ngunyi alipiga kuanzia Novemba akapiga hii ya Disemba, na akapiga hisabu ya Oktoba. Unajua mara kwanza tulikuwa wakati sisi tulikuwa tunakampenia Raila, wakati ilikuwa Jubilee na NASA, tulikuwa tunaona sisi tuko mbele, lakini Mtai Ngunyi yeye mwenyewe alisema tutashinda, lakini yani tutapiga kura tuko mbele, lakini hatutashinda. Mtai Ngunyi kuna ile kitu alikuwa anaamini miaka zote. Mtai Ngunyi leo amepiga hesabu, katika hizo hesabu zake amepiga ya Disemba. Hii Disemba hii. Hesabu ile inakuja, tukikuja kwa Mount Kenya, Raila alikuwa chini, amegain Raila paka 41%. Ruto alikuwa na 50, sisi hizo tano zimeenda wapi? Ako na 45. Inaonekana huyo mzee ana gain chini, anakuja speedy sana. Hiyo nimemsikiza huyo Mtai Ngunyi. Na leo nimetaka kuhakikisha, kuna rafiki yangu anaitwa Brian kutoka Nyeri, na kuna marafiki zangu wengine, unajua nimesomea Nyeri huko Kirinyaga. Mimi nimesomea huko kitu kama 10 years. Nimejaribu kuuliza hao marafiki zangu kutoka Kirinyaga, Kagio na Nyeri. Nimejaribu kuuliza baadhi ya hawa vijana huko, naona nikawaambia siku hizi round hii naona huko ni UDA. Wengi walitamani kunizimia simu Akaniambia unazungumza nini? Sisi tunakula, tuko hapa mlisho sana, tunakula sana, pesa zinakuja, lakini hatutaki huyu jamaa, atatuumiza. Hao ni wa vijana, na hawa vijana tunauliza hivyo, si hawa vijana wadogo wadogo hawa. Hawa vijana wamekomaa, ni wale wamekomaa akili na wako na famili zao. Sasa inaonyesha William Ruto bado wako na shida katika ground. Alafu vile hii kileo imeonyesha kusema ati yako na 150 MPs, hii pia itachangia katika wafuasi wake. Baadhi ya wafuasi wake watamtoroka kuanzia Januari, kwa sababu katika hiyo UDA hakuna mtu atakubali akienda nomination aabishwe, kwa sababu katika hiyo UDA ukiangalia Central wengi wamesimama katika hiyo kiti moja. Sasa ma MP wako saa hii, ma MP hawatakubali hiyo aibu. Afadhali ile chama walikuwako Jubilee warudi Jubilee kwa sababu Jubilee haina mvurugo kama UDA. UDA wamejaa sana. Sasa hiyo nomination sijasema UDA peke yake, kila chama, lakini UDA imebeba wajumbe wengi wale wanataka hiyo kiti moja. Sasa sidhani kama atakuwa na wafuasi, anasema kuna wafuasi, kwa sababu hii Kenya ni kukula. Ukishamaliza kukula unatoroka. Sasa ile vile mimi naona katika hii azimio la umoja hii baba aliform, hii ni forces nyingine inakuja kali. Kuanzia Januari watu watashangaa. Hii forces inakuja ya huyu mzee Ruto already ameshaanza kupanic. Ukimwangalia tu vile anazungumza leo alikuwa Northeastern, anaanza kuzungumza mambo ya madynasty, sijui ana attack watu kidogo, sijui hao businessman. Unajua hii ukiataka hao watu ndio wameshikilia serikali, na ukiwataka hao watu hawakutrust kabisa na waweza wakakupatia power. Hii ni design ya Raila vile alikuwa anafanya kitambo na hapati kiti. Watu ni kusema, hakuna vile utawatoa kwa serikali. Sasa ukianza kuattack, naambia watu watatujua sisi ni akila nani. Hiyo si ni vitisho? Hiyo watatujua. Mimi nashangaa na siasa ya huyo jamaa. Ni kama ukimwangalia sura tu amepanic. Yaani ni mtu anapanic kila siku, hata maybe hapati usingizi. Hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kuzungumza.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Eagles Park.
Moja ni nguvu jameni. Wabunge wenu wa hapa Machakos, Mheshimiwa Movango, Mheshimiwa Kawaya, Mheshimiwa Mbai, wameungana na wabunge wengine 160 Kenya.
Okay, thank you for the clip. I have a few points to put across. One, 68 is also a number. I don't know why people are assuming that 68 is not a number. And if you look at the number of MPs Raila has before the handshake, it is something like close to that. So that's a very good number for a growing person, a growing political party. Pili, nataka kusema kwamba Wakenya tumezoea kutumika, and it reaches a point where mtu anasema ni mimi na shida zangu. I want to take you back to one day when we were voting Jubilee government. A few days to voting, Ruto told his men that you people, where do you think are we safe? Are we safe with Uhuru being me being his deputy, or we are safe, me being the deputy to Raila. So to him, he was making a personal calculation, and he said, we are safer being deputizing Uhuru Kenyatta than being with Raila Amolo Odinga, because he said Raila at one point betrayed him. Okay, people tried to persuade Ruto not to move to the other side, but he said, better this than nothing. Actually, today, Raila is doing the same thing that Ruto did. Raila feels safer when he gets support from Uhuru and be maybe the president than going it as he has been doing. What do I have to say? Personally, I want to say the following, that I can't imagine a situation where we have a president who is supported 100% by the country. That can give room for very funny things, corruption being one of them, mismanagement of public affairs. You do things without question. So 68 is a good number. If they can't make it to presidency, it can be a very good government check. It can be a very good establishment where you can consult in case things go wrong. So it's a government in waiting. So Bernard, I want to say that Raila has only one chance to be president because of age and performance. Raila has done a lot to democracy, despite the few teething problems here and there. It is high time Kenyans can support him to have his last chance and see whether he can deliver what he has promised, because he has given so many of the promises. But as we go forward, I want to tell my colleagues in UDA that I've shifted my ground to support Raila Amolo Odinga because of two reasons. One, I've already mentioned of his age. William has more time. He can be president because William is about 55 years old. He can be president come 2022. But we don't want him to come over because we need a very strong position which can check government, because chances are people can sleep in government. Secondly, if we all support government, chances of mismanaging public affairs and wananchi not to get services are very high. I want to quote one person who mentioned yesterday, who touched my heart, Nelson, he called himself Nelson Mandela. That is how votes are being looked for. We look for votes by persuading people respectively, not abusing them, because they matter too. So I think with the teaming of Nelson Mandela and that ideology, you guys can go out and look for more votes. But we want to caution that isiwe kama ni kutumika watu na tunawadump. We want to see the genuine aspect of the Raila presidency as an alternative government, but not a caretaker president. Thank you, guys. I have to leave for a job. I'm no longer a UDA member. I want to announce this forum. I'm going back to ODM.
Karibu sana bwana.
So I'll be looking for votes for Baba in my village because I don't have a wide constituency anyway.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate your contribution, and welcome to the big family. Let's do what is good for this country. God bless you.
Thank you, David.
Bye, guys.
Just because you are far, we could have taken some nyama choma somewhere and exchange notes.
Mimi ndio kutumia nyama choma baba. Uweza nitumia nyama choma kutoka Kenya kweli?
Nasema uko mbali tungekula, yani nyumbani.
Okay.
Akikuja kuvote tutachoma nyama. Relaxini.
Yeah, I'm coming to vote.
Thank you. Now we go to, where did I say we are going? Mkenya Imara kabla ya Pato, sio?
Yes.
Yes, Mkenya Imara, karibu tafadhali. The broadcast is sensitive to silence.
Thank you, Bernard. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you.
Naoma umeimarika kweli kweli. Wekesa, it's good to see you.
Thank you.
I can see you have bought the tokens today. And by the way,
wewe hujatuma tokens alafu unatcongratulate kukuwa na token. Wewe ni mbaya sana.
I will have Wekesa's number. I need to send some tokens for him. And by the way, Bernard and Wekesa, if you're in Nairobi, we can even have tea tomorrow.
Wekesa is in the diaspora. Mimi ndio niko Nairobi.
Wewe tutakutana
kesho. Not
now,
local diaspora, not Obodoibo diaspora. Just here at Machakos, anaweza kuja.
I was at Fred's Ranch last Friday. Anyway, we can liaise later. Now, I want to welcome Queen's Park to party Baba na Mama. We humbly appreciate your allegiance to this party. The party has been tested and tried. Actually, is one of the parties that has stood strong. If you look at the progression of development of parties in Kenya, apart from KANU, and that is the ODM party. And so in ODM, we welcome all and sundry so that we can join and develop the nation. Back to my comments, I want to state the following on the issues of the numbers and concerning what has transpired in the National Assembly today. I would want to say that politics is a very funny game, so to say. The bottom line, according to me, is that every politician, before they consider the welfare of the nation and even for the party, they consider the welfare, their personal welfare. They must consider what they are to gain. They must consider how the future will look how the future will look out in the parties they're in. The other thing that is that politics is also has a lot of things to do with perception. And UDA party, one, they recognize that there were a vehicle, it's called a multi-purpose, a convenience vehicle. It was formed out of necessity and the fact that Jubilee was becoming too small for them to propagate their ideas. And so they formed it for survival. And they know the party has not matured, the party still has a lot to do. And so as they know best, they have engaged in a huge campaign, social media campaign, to try and portray this party as a national party, as a very strong party. And I would want to tell you that perception is everything. In the short run, they seem to be winning. They seemed to have been winning because they were running alone. And so when you run alone, you may think you are winning. But when others join the race, that's when the reality of this game is known. And so with their bloggers led by Wanitumbi, they have created a perception of a party that is well endowed in terms of resources and a party that has means and has people. But the truth is that that party is ni kama povu tu. It's just like a balloon. You pinch it a bit and it will blow up into pieces. Because party is about resources. These people cannot legally contribute to the party because they are still in Jubilee. They cannot contribute money because on what framework are they going to contribute? Probably the hustler has been using his own funds to run this outfit, and it's not sustainable. How much can you use? Because even the hustler only spends money if he knows that he has something to gain. How do you even think he's going to gain on the campaign trails he has done, even for Kawanjik, who was not able to speak in parliament? And I think, guys, you saw that the Kawanjiku guy ran out of vocabularies in the floor of the National Assembly the other day. Probably they have things to do. Probably it could be CDF to pay back, because I want to tell you, politicians will not use their funds if there is nothing to pay back. The hustler will not use funds if he knows there will be no source to recoup this money. And so basically, from where I see it, I think they have been doing a lot of campaigns to portray this party as a party that is very strong. But the truth on the ground is that this party just begins. They have not seen much. There are still so many surprises that is awaiting them. It has been demonstrated over and over in the floor of the assemblies, of the National Assembly, of the Senate, when key members of the denomination were facing the axe, they could not rise up the occasion to save them. That has demonstrated, it's not once, not twice. So it has demonstrated everyone who wants to believe a lie, it's their choice. But when all and sundry, when the rubber meets the road, is when now people take a vote in parliament. That's when the rubber meets the road. The rubber does not meet the road in the campaign on top of USVs when you are doing microphones and talking to crowds. It only meets the road in the floor of the National Assembly. That's when you prove your numbers. They have been given a number of opportunities to get out of social media and Twitter and Facebook and go and show those numbers in the floor of the National Assembly, of the Senate, and in the county assemblies. And it has not shown up. And so that is one way that this number thing has been deconstructed. Secondly, William Samoei Ruto is an astute politician. We don't want to deny that. He's a very smart man, a very smart fellow. He stood a chance of getting this seat very easily, but alichomoka mapema, na he has exposed himself so much that he has nothing. He has exposed himself so much that he has no hidden card. His moves are so predictable. He has nowhere to hide now. But the game is just beginning. This game is just beginning. It has not even begun. People have not begun campaign. You remember Jirongo was saying the other day that bado ijaanza, wakati itaanza ndio sasa tutamwambia ni nini tunaweza fanya. The guy has run this thing for the last 4 years. He's run out of energy. I know his cash flow has gone down, being that he has problems in going out of the country to pengine kuoshaosha na kuleta cash flow. And so these things are going to change. Probably by February, we will see new dynamics. But because he began early, he has exposed himself so much to the competitors that there is no secret move that the son of Sugoi will make that cannot be predictable. And so that is second thing. Third is that the way they are now doing their campaign is portraying a people who are bitter and who are very entitled. If he was wise, he should have known that he is making all the mistakes that Muzee made in the past. na mzee I think aliambiwa bwana, hii kitu haichukuliwangi kwa maandamano na haichukuliwangi na crowds. Hii mambo ya rais haichukuliwi haichukuliwi Uhuru Park. Hii kitu inapigiwa hesabu polepole. So mzee waenda polepole, punguza sauti, tukuonyeshe njia.
My brother, before malize, nikuulize tu kitu kimoja. You are arguing for and against. Tulianza, you said he's a very wise man, and twice you have told us if he was wise. Why are you campaigning your own?
Okay, can
You
I
started
answer you?
saying that he's a very wise and intelligent man. You are finishing by destroying the whole thing.
Can I answer you? Can I go ahead and
Please
answer
move.
you? Okay,
Respond
now
quickly and mind time, please. Respond
yeah,
and mind time, please. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm responding and winding up. Waswahili walisema kwamba mgala muue lakini haki yake mpatie. We are not here to do character assassination or any other thing. We have to admit what is the reality. And we are doing a debate that is charismatic, a debate that is open, and that is, it's not supposed to be skewed. We're only looking at facts. And saying that some way is smart is not decampaigning my candidate. I'm only admitting the reality that the guy is astute. The guy is a good politician. We don't deny that. But I think his tact this time round will not favor him. And so as I finish, I want to say that the way Raila Odinga has packaged his message and the way he does his things, he has been told all over again that whenever you surround yourself with politicians, you're likely to make a lot of mistakes, because these are people who are, first of all, are interested in their own re-election. And that, I think, is what Musea has been doing. You surround yourself with politicians, and politicians and technocrats cannot work together, because politicians want the platform and all they do is to abuse. And that's why you see Raila is these days don't really move along with politicians. Even when he does give them a lot of airtime, because they sometimes destroy to a larger extent. And so I don't think there is much the Hustler Nation might do right now, but we wish them well, and we know they are going to be a formidable position, and we want to promise them that we will change this nation. Thank you very much, Kesa.
Okay, thank you Mkenya Imara. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Tuendelee kujumuika kama Wakenya na tufanye Kenya ikuwe bora kwa maoni yetu na vitendo vyetu. Tutakwenda kwa Pato. Pato yuko. And salutation to Penny after a long time. Welcome back. Pato uko ama tukuruke? Okay. Inaonekana Pato haiko tayari. Waga. Waga pia amejibwaka nje. Sawa basi. So before we go to Ndayton, can we hear what the lady has to say? Penny, for the sake of gender balance.
Thank you. Yeah, good evening, everyone. It's been a long time.
Good evening to you. Karibu.
Thank you. Yeah, now according to today's topic, I can say that UDA numbers fail on the floor of the House. Political amendment bill goes through the second reading. Where are the numbers? Yeah, so I will start by saying that the debate regarding the bill, the political party bill, was a very contentious one, and it was a very heated debate in Parliament today. We can't deny that. And this bill, I think, is a very, very important bill, given the place we are in politically. We need to strengthen our democracy by enabling as many parties as possible to come out strongly and express their democratic rights with regards to the elections that you are now facing. So we find that this bill is going to be a favor to the small parties who will now be able to contest through the small parties are now going to be able to contest, and not necessarily through the main coalition. And then the party, or the bill also demands that the parties forming a coalition must submit their coalition agreement at least 6 months to general election. And then also we find that this bill is also going to qualify the small parties to be able to get access to the political parties funding, unlike before where parties had to meet a stipulated number of elected members. For instance, maybe 3 governors and stuff like that. So we see that this bill is actually going to strengthen the small parties. And on the other hand, why our opponents are crying foul is because it's actually going to be a setback to UDA, because it will not be necessary for anyone to fold their parties to join someone else's party, but rather this bill is coming to strengthen the spirit of democracy, which is the spirit of multipartyism. So I think that explains why UDA were really crying foul and shouting, and making the noise in Parliament, because when they realized they did not have the numbers to make them put their argument across in a strong manner, it was quite a threat, because the party leader has always maintained that for you to join UDA, you have to fold your party, and that is the prerequisite for joining UDA. But with this bill, those small parties are now going to be strengthened. So they will not find it necessary to join someone else's coalition and get lost, and be swallowed. They will not be swallowed by the big parties. So actually, this bill also unfolded a number of things. It demystified a lot of lies that have gone out there to the public, in the sense that I think there's someone who contributed. I was watching in the background before I joined in. There's someone who was saying that perception is everything. And we'll agree that the DP has really worked hard. The DP and his team have actually worked very hard to popularize UDA. And the impression that they have created is that this party is very popular. But today, because of this debate, we have come to realize that actually their popularity is something that has been overrated, because they did not even have sufficient number of MPs. They did not have sufficient number of people to be able to argue properly for this bill not to pass through, to oppose. So the perception that UDA is popular, I think that was demystified today. And we have actually come to know that, like someone has just contributed and say that UDA is just hot air, it's just like gas. It's not as popular as it's presumed. And then today, we can also see that Mudavadi of ANC party, he still has he has his allegiance to Tanga Tanga, And that is can be seen in the way his MPs, his people joined Tanga Tanga. And the 68 number is a combination of the Tanga Tanga MPs and the ANC side. So I think today there was a very clear political divide that was seen, that in an event of a crisis like a runoff, I think it's just a question of time, and Musalia will align himself to Tanga Tanga, which he seems to have so much allegiance for. Then we can also see today that Kalonzo and Gideon, they joined the Azimio team in supporting the bill. Yeah, so it's also an indication that in an event of a crisis like a runoff, they would be able to align themselves with the Azimio people. And that also just came out very clearly today. So it has just come to the public domain that Tanga Tanga is not as popular as they are. And even winning an election will be an uphill task for them. And should they even lose the election, then I think their numbers will still be wanting, because for you to form a strong opposition, you still need the numbers to be able to put the government of the day under check, and you cannot do this appropriately if you do not have numbers. So it is good, a lot has unfolded, and the truth is that the Azimio and the Jubilee team, together with Kalonzo and Gideon, outnumbered the Tanga Tanga and the ANC, and the same is likely to be reflected in the general election. So that is my contribution for now, unless someone has a question.
Okay, thank you, Penny. I believe that's clear enough. Now we can go to Ndeto. Pato hajarudi, akirudi atatuambia. Haya, karibu Ndeto, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard, how are you?
I'm all fine, eh?
Oh wow, that's great.
Bwana Ndirangu amesema ni kuache uongee.
Yeah, you know he is a veteran. Yeah, that's a language of a patriot. And you know, yes, Dirango is a patriot, and he is well oriented in political kind of a trajectory. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and hi to you all the debaters. You know, I can see today whoever chose the topic, we are really improving on the same. But a point of correction, when you say that UDA numbers fail on the floor of the House, I think 68 was a good number, bearing in mind that, you know, there was a conglomeration of all the other parties. You know, we have been hearing that ODM is a very strong party. We have also been hearing about the Jubilee. And you could see the difference. It was, I think, for all the other parties, all together, it was 113 votes against one man, 68. So that also tells you what kind of strength William Samoei Ruto has, because we have a total of 349 legislatures, and you can see those who came today, it was 181. So don't magnify that there were no numbers. You know, a lot of legislatures, 168, they missed. So, and we don't know if all of them support Tanga Tanga or the UDA. So by those who are projecting that there were no enough members, and Ruto has been claiming to have many followers, let me assure you that he has very many followers. Actually, it is only that this thing was an afterthought. It was something that some people sat somewhere, and just because you know, our legislature, our members of parliament have already like gone for their respective kind of holidays. You know, some of them are not within the country. So, and it was an arrangement that came so quick because there are those people who feel that they have the power to control everything in Kenya. But I'm very happy to see that even after that, you know, Tanga, we like, we are adventurers, and we like also moving from one country also to another. We are a learning team because we would like to implement the various policies or the various models from our neighbor countries, from even Europe, from America. So that's where even our numbers was not like adding up to 100. But otherwise, if this thing was called before the holidays, in fact, what we are talking could be a bit different. So what am I talking about? I've heard someone saying that, you know, Ruto is running out of cash flow. I don't know if he is one of his accountants, you know, and some of these people who are making those comments, they are very feeble economically. And I've seen even those who are following the Azimio la Umoja. You know, Kenya cannot be a dictatorial nation just because a cabal of a top elite leaders, they have a certain ideology. You know, you cannot wake up and say that, see, that we are going to change the constitution so that we can also bring in the issue of a coalition. Remember, this is exactly what happened in 2010. And Raila Amolo Odinga thought that by even denying the position of an opposition leader in the constitution, weakening it, it could suit his government. But he never emerged to be the president. Remember what they are protracting today. Know that if UDA has all those followers, and we know some parties like the Chama cha Kazi, NAK Kenya, they just like maybe diverted from the UDA brigade just because it's a party, not a coalition. You can imagine if Ruto wake up today and also calls for a coalition. So don't think that whatever they are deciding, it will suit them. Don't think that we are sessile. Don't think that we are dormant. We are also able to change and also to adapt basing on the various kind of the political atmosphere. So Raila Odinga, so far, maybe majority of us, even on this platform, you are feeling like he will be the next president. And I've seen even a guy defying from UDA. You know, those jokers, those kind of jokers, those are the people we are saying they are not rebels. They are not people who can stand until the game ends. You know, but I respect everyone's of us stance. But what I have to say is this, that what we saw today in the floor of the parliament, you know, even that kind of, the meeting was in a way dissolved for another day on 25th. So we are yet also to hear what is this that was amended, because the considerations or the input of the 18 members of parliament, of which they proposed to add in the same, which now prolonged the process. I'm also very curious to hear what is this about. You know, if you cannot be able to strengthen your party, ODM, that shows even when it comes to a coalition, let me tell you, it will just be messy. Because if you cannot manage a few delegates, are you telling us that you can be able to manage those people from village political parties, those people from tribal political parties? That way, in fact, maybe at the mid of your government, that's when you realize everyone is against you. They can incite you. Anything can happen. You can imagine if one President Uhuru Kenyatta, currently, we are having a government made up of the initial parties that used to be there before all these parties were welded up to a Jubilee party. I think it could be even harder than it is. Actually, as we speak, there are very few delegates or maybe members of parliament who are still under the Jubilee administration in terms of support. So you can tell or ask yourself, why are they dispelling from Jubilee and getting into UDA? Meaning the problem is not the parties. The problem is the head who is leading us, you know? And if you are so much dictatorial, it is either your way or no way. Then I think Kenya, that's why I support our presidential candidate, that Kenya cannot be managed by few people who will just arrange themselves in a Safari Park hotel. Then they start interviewing some presidential candidates. Then they endorse them for Kenyans. This is a democratic nation where we have over 20 million registered voters. And I'm happy to know that early next year, we will still register. You know, there was also a campaign, like, you know, because young people are affiliated to UDA, this time around, we are not going to mobilize them to take voting cards. I'm happy to see it was reconsidered. And wait and see. Even Deto, you will see me on the ground trying to tell our young people, wake up, have a voting card. And let me tell you, those people who will make DP the next president of the Republic of Kenya, because he will be, it is us as young people. We need a fresh mind. We need a fresh person, a person who is free from hangovers, a person who is not easily influenced. You can tell which president will be easily influenced as we move towards 2022. Because if they have started giving Baba all this pressure, even to inject the same into the parliament, that they should change some sections of the law so that to fit or suit this president, then I think we are losing it. So let Kenya be democratic. Let people campaign for their parties. You know, you are saying that UDA is the youngest. Then why are you fearing it? You know, that shows there are those parties which used to be there like 20 years ago. But the leaders of this party, they don't believe in themselves. That's why they want, today they are looking for the Pentagon. Tomorrow they will look for NASA. Then today is Azimio. I wish they maintained NASA. That could show some msimamo. Lakini ile tunaonyeshwa hapa, utasikia serikali imefika katikati, then tukifika 2025 unasikia kuna coalition nyingine imeformiwa at Rainbow sijui what, then because of seasons, rainfall. So let us vote for people who seem to have concrete agenda of this nation, people who cannot shake easily, like DP William Samoei Ruto. And wait and see. I'm inviting all of us here to see. Utaona hivyo mnasema ati next year what will happen. Wacha kwanza hiyo bill hata ipite ama ianguke. Ikipita, I know it will be for the goodness of our party leader. Ikianguka, the very same. But hata BBI mlikampenia the same. Finally kitu ikakataliwa. Sahi, that's why people are thinking about changing sijui what. I'm happy to see also Musalia amediscover kuona that huyu mzee ni wa kuwachezea. And also you saw even even if Jirongo was trying to really bring down William Samoei Ruto, I'm happy because Cheriot was on the ground and you could hear even what the people are saying, that UDA is as powerful as the government that is ruling today. Because whoever who is part of that government is one William Samoei Ruto. We have track record, and I would like to hear what are the track records other than telling us about histories. And, you know, that's why even many of the students who are finishing Form 4 are opting for history classes or to be historians because they have, they can see some hope in history. But Kenya is not an archive. And Kenya, we are progressive and we are not retrogressive. Let us borrow from history, but not in a negative way. As a young man, I would like a country that has strong policies, a country that is directed by even agile and very focused mind. So thank you so much, Bernard.
Dato, you did not answer our question. Where are the UDA numbers? You have threatened us. You have called us names because you have numbers. Today, you are supposed to produce numbers to silence the political party amendment. We voted twice. You did not produce the numbers. What happened?
Bernard, you are saying there was like the registrators they voted twice. What votes did they what was the total votes in the first round? You know, it is not good to say twice and you don't have clear data.
Neto, you produced 68 members of parliament to oppose 113. When you have 160, you would have carried the day. Where are the rest?
I'm asking, let me put a point here that you know, nyani haonangi kudure, and we always see the speck in your friend's eye. You forget about the log. Tell me, out of the 168 members of parliament who never came, tulikuwa na Junet, tulikuwa na Sifuna, all these people, they were trying to mobilize their people.
Which Sifuna? Sifuna is not a member of parliament.
Not Sifuna, sorry. There is this other majority, leader, for minority leader for the ODM. So I am saying this, they did their mobilization, na wakasaidiwa. If you listen to the reporters, they were talking about Uhuru Kenyatta's and Raila Odinga's members of parliament, the supporters against the UDA man. So they had all the money. Maybe people were even paid. It's only that I do not have that evidence. We don't know the process that was used to mobilize these people. But I'm telling you,
what do you mean
most of the
ingine ni vizuri kukubali wakati
most of the UDA.
Ngoja, wakati mambo yameenda sekemnage. Wewe special sitting is not the first time it's being called. It is a normal practice of the parliament. And when the members of parliament go for recess, they even anticipate to be called for special sitting. And the special sitting is not a private matter. It is deliberated, agreed upon, and the speaker issues a notice, which is published in the papers. So if your members of parliament did not show up to defend the cause that they have been going around the country campaigning, tell us they were busy in Garissa campaigning. That is why they did not show up. Tell us they were on holiday outside the country. That is why they did not show up. We will understand. But you telling us that the 160 or the 113 and all that, you had an opportunity to prove the numbers. And
I started
before you respond, the opportunity to prove numbers was not today only. It was in the Senate during Waititu's vote. It was in the same Senate during Waiguru's vote. It was in the Parliament and in the County Assembly against the BBI. All those are historical proofs of who has the numbers.
Bernard,
so we are not not asking where are the numbers because of today's vote. We are asking where are the numbers because of the pattern of performance of the UDA, puffed up numbers on the campaign platform, but on the actual voting day, at only numbers. Could this be a sign of how it's going to happen when we go to the ballot come August 2022?
That is selection amnesia. You know, Bernard, the way you are putting it and even pushing it back to during Waitito's assessment and research, I think that is too unfortunate, because by then we were not even sure if Uhuru and one William Samoei Ruto had some beef between them. So by then we knew of Jubilee. Even UDA was not there. UDA came the other day. So when you start like associating Waitito and William Samoei Ruto, I think you are missing the point. What I am saying is this: some of the UDA members of parliament and such, as you say, we know, we are busy campaigning because we are not fearing anything that might maybe be brought even to as a barrier to us, because after all, who will vote? It is not this big fish. The person who will vote.
I thought you had not started the campaign. You are yet to start the campaign. Right now, you are only inspecting government projects.
You know, we are campaigning for what has not been accomplished or has not been finished as we wind up this fiscal year. Because what we are doing is to just popularize what the Jubilee government has done in collaboration now with UDA, or what used to be called URP. You know, it is rebranding. So it is still the same. And also some of our members of parliament, they are abroad. They were not within, because these are, you know, it's a festive season and we are waiting for the birth of Jesus Christ. You know, we are Christians, and we are people also who would like not to break protocols, to come into the parliament even when 3 days when Jesus is about to be born. I think we fear the Lord, and that's why even the turnout was not so good, because some of us are preparing for the big day of Christmas, you know. Birth of Jesus Christ, Bernard, is not like a birth of president. That is the King of Kings.
Neto,
you
I'm
should
happy
have, you should have a week.
You're becoming a politician very fast. I agree with you. The
you should have a week.
But
yes,
Jesus was born over 2,000 years ago. Which one are you waiting to be born when?
You know, Jesus is born every day in our hearts. But when you hear about the birthday, you should respect that week, that whole week. And that's why we do not have, we do not want.
Is it the rebirth of Jesus or the celebration of one birth?
It is both. Because some of us, you know, through the Tanga, you know, through the UDA campaigns, I know very many people have gotten saved, because bonus, if you were kind of you know, it has been widely spread, and even those people who are propagating the the agenda of the Muganga, you know, majority of us are now coming to church. I'm happy even to note that nowadays even the party leader of ODM is now getting into the center stage of the church. I'm happy to see that due to that influence.
Deto, stop claiming credit for what you did not make happen, please. Especially when it comes to people who are older than you, who have been here longer. Since you people are allergic to history, we know the history of this country and who has been where for how long and did what there. So relax. Twende kwa swale mara moja. Swale, after swale ni Austin, alafu ndio twende kwa nani huyu mwingine. Pato, umerudi kweli we?
We have question, Bernard.
We have a number of questions.
No. If a question to Ndeto is going to prolong this, I don't want that. Let's relax kwanza, please. I want us to hear swali. Twende kwa nini hawajaongea, wale watu hawajaongea waongee kwanza, alafu tutashughulikia masuala mengine baadaye. Swali huko. Okay. If there is no answer, I think I'll clear the screen so that new people can come in. Austin, take the floor. Unmute kwanza, Bwana Austin, unmute.
Thank you, Bernard, plus fellow panelists. I salute you all.
Thank you.
I can see today we have one lady. That's a good thing to see.
She's
Fine.
our iron lady. She's a veteran here. You are the guest.
Oh, maybe. Okay, thank you so much. Asante sana. Kwanza kabla niende to the topic, I wanted to I was to ask Bwana Ndeta a question, but I will not, because it is going to be a waste of our bundles and power for nothing. I want to make Ndeto understand one thing, Mr. Bernard and my friends. Number one, Ndeto, you must know. And if you don't know, you will not know that there is no dictatorship in Azimio. In fact, if you are given time to clarify what you mean by dictatorship or to define the term alone, I'm sure you will not. So my good friend, it is not yet clarified. It is not yet proved whether there is a dictatorship in the leadership of Azimio la Umoja movement. You talk of, I think you contradict yourself too, when you talk of track record. Achana na mambo ya poem zenye hazina heading. If you talk of track record, that you want a track record, at the same time, you tell us that you don't want history. So you want to tell us a track record of what you are doing right now or what you've done before. The people of UDA should style up. If they don't want history, stop telling us about your track record. Because in fact, if we dwell on it, there's no track record you'll show us. I'm going straight to the heading, Mr. Bernard. The heading is self-explanatory. The only thing that is missing were the numbers. The numbers are missing. Where are the numbers? You know, for a couple of days or ever since, we hear 160, 150, but now when the numbers are needed, they can't be found. The only thing that we can now see are the excuses. And I want to bring this to the attention of the UDA brigades that keep on with your excuses, but when we go to the election, let there be no excuse, because you will not stand a chance to lay them anywhere. You know the people of Azimio La Umoja, you know the brains which are there, you know the characters, wherever you call it, it is true. So don't bring it on after the general election, that is next year of August. You know, the Azimio La Umoja, you can never compare the plans and everything which is in with the darkness in the UDA. And they know, Bernard, they know there are no numbers. They only try to imagine the crowd which are being paid out, that they can be in the parliament, or all the crowd will vote. That is not there. Let us call a spade a spade. The UDA brigade plus their leadership, Mr. 6 months, cannot even be an opposition leader. I want to bring this to everyone's attention, that try to imagine today or tomorrow that Ruto is an opposition leader. Do you think Ruto will be opposition leader as Raila has managed before? Do you think Ruto can bring an idea or agenda to the government and bring and make it function to the citizens of this country? Ruto cannot mobilize anybody and will not bring any idea. The only thing that they are trying to cook in, wanasema, etio, they want to create positions. Positions for who? If you ask them, they will never tell you, because number one, like I told you before, I think 2 days ago or 3, if you take, for example, Senator Murkomen, I'm sorry to call name, take, for example, the senators, let's say senators in the UDA, the positions they are holding were created by who? Right now, they are enjoying the positions. They are saying that the Azimio brigade wants to create positions for themselves. Will they be in those positions forever? They never stopped BBI. BBI is on a half term, and we know that. They are just trying to stop the more resources which are to be given to the Kenyan citizens, or the more money that is to be taken back home, so that they squander it for themselves. And we know. Unajua Ruto ni mjanja sana bwana Bernard. Let me tell you guys. Anajua vizuri kabisa eti akikwamilia hizi pesa zisipelekwe huko chini. Washikilie zibaki tu huko juu. Alafu akishaenda huko anazinyakua. Hiyo pia tunajua. Lakini raundi boss, ni kunoma. Mlisema mpangwingi na lazima mtapangwa na mtapangika. Kwa hivyo mimi, to the numbers, there are no numbers, and we should not be scared. These are just scarecrows, the dead snakes. You know, dead snake can never bite. Wanasema tu the numbers, they will never be there. There are no numbers. In fact, they just consult themselves. If you are following the proceedings in the parliament, after everything was done, they said it is a win for all. They both won. The UDA win, the Azimio win. That's they consult themselves, and we know. Only that Mr. Ndeto try and advise them that this group of Azimio ni wazimu, wamekutana na mabaya. Hakuna kurudi nyuma. Kenya lazima iendelee mbele with what we want, which is good for everyone, not just for Kalenjin or for Kikuyu, or for Jaluo, or for Mulea. And let me explain something, Mr. Bernard, as I wind up. I'm through. In fact, today I have lies to say. See, in the parliament, I heard my beautiful lady saying, the Nini, the NCA, the NC members, the Musalia Mudavadi followers have joined the UDA camp. So, you know, the UDA members are celebrating, even Data knows that. They are celebrating that, oh, Musalia Mudavadi is coming. Let me tell you, and even the other day I heard Mr. Ruto saying that Musalia should join them. That is, let me, acha nikuibie siri. Musalia Mudavadi anatoka pahali inaitwa Vihiga County. Vihiga County imeboda Nandi na imeboda Kisumu. To the other side of Vihiga County imeboda Siaya. Acha nikwambie one thing. If election is held today, in fact, across Western region, that is excluding Nyanza, across Western region where Mulembe Nation is, just take Vihiga peke yake, Musalia Mudavadi anaweza shinda mtu mwingine, maybe Ruto, lakini hawezi shinda. Hapo ndio Raila anapataka kura mingi zaidi ever since, kushinda hata Kakamega County. Vihiga County ndio wanapatia Raila kura mingi kushinda Kakamega County and Bungoma. Kwa hivyo, let nobody celebrate that Musalia Mudavadi is joining the UDA camp, and therefore they celebrate with what? Hata the other time ulisikia kama wanalia pale kwa matanga that even the governor is not theirs. So like 2013, remember when Musalia Mudavadi became a deputy president, I mean the vice president for 3 months.
Conclude, please, Austin, conclude, time up.
Yeah, thank you. I'm through. Remember when Musalia Mudavadi became vice president for 3 months, I sensed something. The same thing I sensed that time is the same thing Musalia Mudavadi has sensed today. And that is why there is a confusion, not in the Oka, but a confusion in the mind of Musalia Mudavadi. And therefore, the UDA members, you know that mtapewa tu kitu yenye inafaa mpewe, lakini zenye mfai mpewe hamtaona na mjue imeenda.
Thank you. Asante. Mute ndio nijue uko through. Thank you. Ndeto, you want to respond? Nakupatia nusu dakika because it's the time for the people who have not spoken.
Asante sana, Bernard.
Yes.
You know, okay, I like his submissions, but sometimes the way he put some statements is like he is so sure. And in politics, 9 or 8 months should not make you such comfortable, mister. And I would like you revisit what was happening today in the Senate. It was about the increment of the funds that goes to the counties. You know, I was so amused to see those who opposed the BBI bill, actually they are the ones now forcing, let whatever that was proposed in the BBI, the 35%, be implemented. And I could see someone like Kajwang trying to, in a way, like oppose the very same. So then you wonder, why did they pass the BBI? And when it comes to the real thing, it is Mulkomen who is pushing that it should not even be 465 billion. It should be even 600 billion, which is that 5% as the BBI had proposed. Why are they now refusing at this stage? Why? Was it not a sweetener? Then we can clearly say that was a sweetener, David Bernard.
The issue is you want to increase to 35% without law.
my point is this. You know, that's what was happening today in the Senate, if you followed. And
No,
I was...
without law.
No, it must be discussed. And it
No.
has to be even passed.
Ndeto, the problem I have with UDA guys is they want things done without law. If you want 35%, you make an amendment to the provision of the Constitution so that it demands 35%. Then the president or the executive will have no choice but to release 35%. But you people want 35% to be given on the goodwill of the government. No law, no nothing. Why is it that you people like working without the law?
You cannot put such a statement, Bernard. At no law, no nothing. The law stipulates clearly that at least 15% of the total budget should go to the county government. So it does not restrict. It does not restrict.
The minimum it gives is 15.
So it can go even to 35 without law, because it is a provision within the law.
You cannot move it to
no,
35
it is
law.
still. It is within.
How are you going to defend it?
If you say something, 15% penalty is not written at most. It is at least, not at most. It is at least. That is simple grammar.
No, you want us
that
to be
is
having,
simple grammar.
You want us to be having 16% this year. Next year we have 20%. The other year we go back to 15. Then the other year we go to 40 because it was raining. Then we come back to 15. Is that not a way of killing devolution so that they will not have a budget? They will not anticipate any amount of money. It will depend on the weather and on the goodwill of the president. How are you going to work in that kind of an environment? There must be a stipulated law so that there is an amount of money anticipated which can be budgeted for and spent even before they arrive.
Bernard, let me take the next 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Then the other person speaks. You know, what I am saying is this, that we have a lot of loans, and whoever choreographed the Constitution, these people were genius. And you know, the way you are saying that whether this time round we can sway to 15, next year to 20%, it is very possible. If we do not have any borrowed money that is training us economically, that way the government can take the advantage and shoot the ceiling. But if there are more loans, we can maintain at 15%. But whether it rains or it is dry, we have been on 15%. And that's why those people who are really supporting the same are saying it is within the provision of the Constitution. This that 5% can be given even today if there is goodwill. So even that 5%, I'm wondering where it will come from, because the next administration will dwell so much on repaying the debt. I don't know if that 5% is put at this time, where the next government will even get its finances.
It's okay, Neto. We agree with you on the terms of the debts. The debts are going to be paid. Our number one problem in this country is corruption. As soon as corruption is addressed, we'll have more than enough money. We'll pay the debt so fast. We'll industrialize so fast. The country is going to stabilize economically so fast. It will surprise you. So just relax. What we have, as long as we fix our governance, we fix our politics, we fix our economy, we are good to go as a country. And necessity is the mother of invention. We cannot say where will the money come from. When it becomes a need, it will be supplied. But as long as it remains an option, it will always be ignored or evaded, or we'll find an excuse for it. So for us to move forward as a nation, we need to set higher standards for ourselves and push ourselves to break our own record. So for any person looking for leadership going forward, We need leadership that takes the challenge. We have too much debt, yes. We have too much population to feed. We have limited resources. But how do we multiply this to be able to feed the 5,000, the 49 million Kenyans? Any leader who takes that challenge is the one fit for the seat. But the one who wants to ask for excuses why, where will come from, how will we going to do this? How, we will not kill Kenyans to reduce it to a level whereby one leader can feed us. He can only look for more means of feeding us. And the more he feeds us, the more we multiply. So he needs to work his head to be able to keep feeding us, our children, and our children's children. That is the way forward. Now, enough of my preaching. I want us to make progress. Thank you, thank you. Naleta nani? David umeinua mkono sana wewe.
Sijabonga.
Okay, I just wanted to say something.
Najua community wetu nakuja kwako. Yes, David, what is it?
I wanted to correct our friend Eto on this one issue, hypocrisy with the deputy president. Why do I say
Mr.
so?
Bernard, wagagaga mute first. Yeah.
Why do I say so? Deputy president is the chairman of the IBEC. And this financial year, 2021-2022, they approved 33% revenue share for the county. Yet they keep on telling us we are not in a position. And then I saw that hypocrisy being propagated by Akinamol Komen, knowing very well last year and the first quarter of this year, our country was facing that challenge, COVID, and so and by so they got a lot of misses when it comes to correction of revenue. They didn't have enough revenue. So how do you challenge the government when you know they have a challenge to increase allocation? I think inaoneshana a lot of hypocrisy na si mzuri, actually misleading people, taking advantage of the problem.
May I answer him?
The government.
May I use 20 seconds to answer him, because that's a very important point.
Quickly, please.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing up such a very heavy point. You have said very well that the deputy president chairs the IBEC, and that is true. But you are forgetting the very numbers you are talking about, which we saw today. There is something we call the Parliamentary Financial Committee. And the goodwill of that committee is the one that can decide whether something can be a budget line or a vote head can be implemented or it can be declined. To some extent, at this time, we know the majority, who they are. Those who used to be allies of Ruto, like Kimani Ichung'wah, they were removed from the same, and someone called Kanini Kega was put in place. So all these people are people who are supporting the president, and we know they are not in good terms with them. Look at someone like Gladys Wanga. You know, these are people who are in that committee. Then you are telling us that Ruto to pass something to do with Boda Boda young people and to pass something to do with Mama Boga, they will feel like he is politicizing and he is trying to prepare in his political arena. In a way, it will be declined. And also, you should bear in mind that we do not have a lot of resources at the moment. We have a lot of debt. And also, COVID-19 has become so prevalent, and it is affecting our economy so badly. So everything, the most of the need that was budgeted, it was mostly on control and management of COVID-19. So at this moment, we cannot like think so much about other areas like development project or such.
Neto, DP has been sharing this IBEC from 2013. There was no Gladys Wangan then. There were no these other excuses you are bringing up. If if the enemy was hostile is hostile now, what was different 2013, 2017?
Bernard, a lot of technical institutions were built in the past tenure of the government of the Jubilee administration. Also, the many kilometers of
were there during Moi's time. They were only renovated, including Kenya Polytechnic, which was here. Okay.
Ask me, I will tell you, in my constituency alone, there are two new technical and training institutes that has been built between 2013 and now. You know, it is a budget. It is something that is proposed, and that comes from the goodwill of maybe the deputy president or such.
No. Can you confirm that the IBEC is the one that proposed and allocated money for the Polytechnic? From
you know,
the record,
Bernard,
many data.
You know, you are taking me to a very let me explain this. That I know that's a docket that is under the national government, mostly implemented by the member of parliament. But with the 108 million Kenya shillings, it cannot manage to go for bursaries, to go for some rural roads development, and also manage even to equip some schools with some resources, and also manage to construct some of these technical, and they need to lobby from the same national government. And some of this money must be the person who is passing, like the chair of the IBEC, should have a goodwill to some programs, like for instance, the Technical and Training Institute. So in a way, we can say to some extent, some of this money was passed by the chair of the IBEC and his committee. They proposed because they found it was very important.
Okay. Thank you, Neto. You are a very good person to invite us to speculations, and we accept to speculate. Ngoja, Sir David, let's be lenient, please. There are people who have not said anything. Let them say first, then we will come. Second time ndio tutakuwa na hiyo masuala ya kwa fresh submissions and the other aspect of whatever. Let's go straight to community ancestor. From there, we go to Fred Kasuti. This Wagawaga and Pato, they are hanging in the balance.
And yeah, and there to mute first, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Panad, for giving me this opportunity in order for me to air my views. Now, nataka nianze construct Ndeto immediately. Kuna swali Ndeto aliuliza why are we fearing UDA party ama Ruto? In fact, kitu cha kwanza chenye kinafanya tunafia William Samoei Ruto ni kuwa tunamlipa pesa kwa eti hii mshahara yenye analipwa ni pesa inatolewa kwa mawingu, anapewa mshahara. It is through our taxes and yet haonekani kwa ofisi. Alafu jambo la pili, tunafia William Samoei Ruto kwa sababu alistop BBI ambayo ilikuwa inaleta pesa mingi kwa counties for development. Alafu na jambo la mwisho, tunafia William Samoei Ruto kwa sababu he has failed hustlers, mama mbogas na watu wa boda from 2013 kama chair of IPEC kuwapatia pesa hii yenye anawaahidi sasa hivi. Alafu jambo lingine Ndeto umesema kuwa eti mbona Kajwang sasa hivi anakataa counties zizipewe sijui 600 billion kwa sababu hiyo ni 35% ama ni 40% ambayo BBI ilikuwa inahitaji. Now my question to you, na hii corruption vile Bernard amekwambia, na hii corruption vile ime rip off our economy, una expect pesa zitoke wapi? Because William Samoei Ruto ako hapa, instead aweke rais on toes, wafunge hizo loopholes, ndiposa hii 35% ipatikane kwa saa hii. Sasa hii mnataka kuwekea government ama Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta mtego, apeane 600 billion, atatoa wapi? Kitu chingine, pesa zitatoka wapi whereby mumefinya tax base? Hakuna ku broaden economy, no industries, no what, no nothing, and then mnataka 35% wakati huu. Even BBI hata kama ilikuwa inapitishwa huu mwaka, haingekuja kufanya kazi kwa sababu lazima lazima tujaribu kutafuta pesa ambazo zingefanya nini, lazima tungetafuta some new, tunge-invent some new economic activities whereby collection of revenue ingesaidia hiyo 35% ije into place. Now kuhusu topic ya leo, ningependa kusema namna hii. Ruto na watu wake wa UDA mmekuwa mna brag hapa sana, mnatuambia kuwa sijui mko na 170 members of parliament. Ile jambo ambalo nimekuja kugundua ni kuwa in fact wale members ambao mnaweka pale kwa media pale, I don't know if it is current residence ama ni wapi, nyinyi mna include the likes of Hassan Omar, mna include the likes of One Aluale, mna include the likes of Johnston Mdhama na wengine wale ambao they don't sit in parliament. Ndio unaona sasa hivi mnatapatapa mkituambia kuwa sijui members of parliament wameenda ng'ambo nini na tukijaribu kufuatilia sasa hivi utapata maybe it is not even 10 ambao wako outside the country, wengi wako hapa hivi, but nyinyi mmekuwa mkibrag tu hapa, mnasema mko na members. Your members ni 68, au ndio imethibitishwa leo hii. It is us only 68 members of parliament ambao wana side na William Samoei Ruto, so 150 toa kabisa kwa mahesabu. Alafu jambo lingine, hata sasa hivi ndio imekuja kugonga msumari kwa kaburi kuwa hata hawa hizi crowds zenye tunaona zenye mna brag nazo, hizo crowds nazitilia question mark. Huenda ziko ferried vile mmekuwa mkituambia kuwa you have 150 member of parliament. Alafu nikimalizia ni ile UDA mkubali yaishe kuwa in fact numbers hamuna. Alafu na jambo lingine, Ruto ile kitu nimekuja kumgundua, depends only on courts and civil society to save him wakati inakuja matters of national importance, whereby hata siwezi nikagusia courts kuwa ziko na itilafu, but yale yenye nimeona na yamegonga msumari what happened in 2010, because even 2010 William Samoei Ruto was beaten pants down wakati wa referendum. BBI ndio imekuja kutoka kwa county assembly, pants down, kutoka kwa national parliament, pants down, kutoka kwa senate, pigwa. Ushaona sasa. But ikifika, ndio unaona sasa hivi mlikuwa mnasema kuwa nyinyi hata ikipita tutaenda kotini, because I had tutaenda kotini, whereby hiyo but nakwambia whatsoever, kama Mungu amesema kuwa in fact lazima tupate kiongozi mzuri, kiongozi mwenye atahakikisha kuwa deni yetu imelipwa, si eti kutoka kwa mkopo, kupitia kwa mkopo. No, deni yetu itakuwa imelipwa kupitia kwa ile gasi yenye iko pale Mombasa, kupitia kwa zile samaki zenye tuna zenye ziko pale Mombasa. Itakuwa inalipwa through our minerals ambazo ziko kwa soil, they are not extracted, so that in fact Kenyans tunaweza anza kusikia utamu wa pesa zetu. Thank you sana Mr. Bernard and my fellow panelists.
Okay, thank you, community ancestor. We appreciate your submission. We are making progress, but before we go to the next person, who is Fred Kasuti, I just want to note that there is this spirited campaign that if Baba does not unite with the other Oka and the other group, stands no chance against William Ruto. That's a fallacy. William Ruto is running for presidency for the first time. Baba is running the 5th time. They are not in the same league. Baba has his own followers. Their Kambas don't vote for Baba because of Kalonzo Musyoka, and Luyas don't vote for Baba because of Musalia Mudavadi. So let us not buy into these television sitting political analysts who have no idea on what politics is about on the ground to shape the narrative. As far as I'm concerned, even if Baba runs on ODM, Ruto has no chance against him. Maybe in 2032. But 2022, as far as all the ground, the way the ground looks, it is Baba to choose not to run, then let Ruto win. But as long as Baba is on the ballot, ata saya lale tu kwa hotel asiende campaign, he has already gotten 2022. That is not prophetic. That is just dry eyes looking at the situation. And William Ruto's numbers, when he stops to campaign on the market day, he goes to Eldoret and books a 64 stadium and fills it. I'll begin to see the numbers. He goes to Kakamega, takes Buhungu Stadium, the way Atuoli is going to fill it on 31st, and fills it. I'll begin to see the numbers. He goes to wherever, Meru, and takes Kinoro Stadium and fills it. Then we begin to see numbers. But this business of taking advantage of mamas who have gone to sell their vegetables on the marketplace, and then you put your vehicle in their middle, then they surround you, then you claim to have numbers. Those are not numbers. Those are people who have come to the market to sell their wares. You just came to interfere with their business. So if you want to do politics, let's be realistic and be truthful. Ukienda Machakos, enda kwa stadium. Wacha kwenda kwa barabara, unazuia magari, unatengeneza jam, alafu unasema ati watu wamekuja kujoin rally yako. Hizo games zote ziishe. Let us weigh William Ruto for his weight, then weigh Baba for his weight. Yule akona uzito, ataangusha mwingine. Na kulingana na hesabu zangu, Baba ako mbele. Miaka mingi ako mbele. Ujuzi ako mbele, ufahamu ako mbele. Tricks kama alitoboa Moi, sioni Ruto akitoboa tafadhali. tusisumbuane. Fred Kasuti, karibu.
Oh, thank you very much. Let me salute MTV Iron Lady. Welcome back after a while. You have been away. We missed you. Anyway, Themba karibu. Naona tunatabasamu tu huko kidogo kidogo. I'm waiting to hear from you. Now, ngoja. Now, Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My Bible tells me that
Kasuti,
Yes, sir.
hebu salimia huyu jamaa ako hapo chini yangu huyo. Salimia
Ndio
kabisa
huyo.
huyo jamaa.
Ndio nimekuja na Bwana asifiwe.
Karibu sana Themba and Kasuti.
In fact, nilikuwa nataka kusema hivi mwanzo, the day is coming whereby true worshippers of God, they will not worship in the mountains, but they will worship in truth and in the spirit. What does that teach us? The true numbers was not there. Why? Because all those were fake. Then, other thing, it's not all people who call me by my name, God, 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 they will see the kingdom of God. All these numbers that you see, when they have a problem, they ally themselves with the TB. TB doesn't know. All these are fake people. Wale watu wanajipelekanga na tumbo yao. Wanaenda wanasema Bwana asifiwe mingi, they abuse Raila so much so that they can be given a big share. You see? And that is the trend, the path I'm seeing my young brother Deto you are trending on. Nobody, and you will not be voted in for abusing somebody, for making somebody looks bad, but you will be voted in according to your ideology with the people, with the voters. If you don't have any ideology will make those people to vote for you. They will come to see you. Like Kikuyu says that siku ya soko kuna mtu anaweza peleka mbuzi na mwingine apeleke babuni ama mangi, zote ziko sokoni. Baboon itafutia watu wengi sana. The crowd will come to see baboon, but at the end of the day watanunua kondoo waende nayo nyumbani. Ni waigua horosio wasio ni wako, my friend.
Hakuna proverb kama hiyo kwa Wakikuyu. Don't mislead this platform, Kasuti.
Iko otigedia nyamo thoko-inĩ, my friend. Kwena mburi na kwena ng'ondu, otigedia kukura we. Okay, tuachane na hiyo. So what I'm trying to say here is all these people you see them, Deta anatuambia hapa ati 160 100 walikuwa wapi, wengine wako majuu, wengine wako... Hii rally yenye wako nayo sijui Northeastern hii imechasana na kina nani? They see importance of ferrying people, mobilizing people to go to jump on the roadside, kujasa mauwanja huko, lakini wanasahau ya kwamba there is something very important is going on in the parliament. In fact, hata wale watu wenye walikuwa wanasema ati ho, sikuwa nawaona, sikuwaona kabisa, wote wako Karisa. Alafu mnaacha nyumba inakuwa, alafu mnaacha nyumba ikiwa bure. Sasa ikifika uwango, sasa kila mtu exercise rights zake na kila ana believe in, unakuta ya kwamba wote wanajidanganyilia, hawako excuse. Inamaanisha nini? Hao watu nyinyi kuleni tu polepole, na tuliwaambia kama ni pesa bado hasijapeanwa, but now for your guy sosi yake inaenda ikifinywa polepole, mifereji zinafungwa tu. sinafungwa tu. Hizo loopholes tulikuwa tunajua mali zinalikuwa zina leak, but right now zinaenda zikifinywa moja baada ya ingine, moja baada ya ingine. At the end of the day mtakuja kukutuka. By the way, for your information, Mr. Dr. Samuel Ruto amekuwa student wa baba, amekuwa student wa Moi. Politics of money he take from Moi. Politics of ground pulling, that one is one of the big the strategy that the Baba used all along. Because when it comes to pull ground, my friend, there is no enigma of ground puller as Raila Amolo Odinga. It's the same thing TB Ruto is doing today. Amecombine pesa na kupull, yani afadhali hata aende mguu, lakini ahakikishe amemobilize vizuri. So akifika mahali mnasema ya kwamba oh, we have numbers, oh, tuko na watu, tuko na followers. Mzee ameshabadilisha strategy. Now hatafuti followers, anaenda kila mahali akitafuta kuwa na partnership na watu wa area fulani ama ingine. Hiyo kupull ground tumeachia huyu kijana because yako na energy ya kupull, ya kumobilize na kuferi. Lakini watu wenye wamekomaa akili ni kutafuta ushirikiano. Hivyo tu ndugu yangu. Lakini sasa hata kama ni ukweli ni mchungu, itabidi tu tuwaambie mvumilie na mtazoea tu. Sasa hakuna 10,000 kwa toilet. Juu hiyo tulifunga. Pesa 10,000 kwa choo hakuna. Hiyo tulifunga. Sawa? Nikisema hivyo najua Ndeto ako na machungu sana, kwa sababu inamaanisha wale watu wote wenye walifuka upande ule walifikisha 113, hakuna kitu wamefanyiwa. Lakini ni watu wanafunguka macho, wakati unafika wale wa ukweli tu watapakia upande huu, wale wengine fake wote tunaenda tukinyanyua yani wako on the sieve. Kichungi inapepeta kupepeta kila kitu. Vile siku zinaendelea kukaribia, ndio watu wanaanza kujijuja pole pole, one by one. Kitambo tufike February, mtakuwa mmebaki na wabunge 15. Hao wengine wote watakuwa wamerudi kule nyumbani, kwa sababu watakuwa najua kila kitu sasa ishafika home. Nimemaliza ndugu yangu.
Okay, thank you, Fred. Ndeto, what is it?
Unajua Kasuti amenitaja sana, na hata zile proverbs anapeana ati anasema they are tribal wisdom. I've never heard about that. I was taught mother tongue na sikusikia. Na pia Kasuti, I think you are a pastor, because the way you are animating your case, I think you could be in a wrong platform, because okay, it is good kusema nini, lakini you are not a judge yourself. We are told, the Bible says do not judge. Ulisahau hiyo line hapo kwenye ulisema that unajua sijui nini kwa milima na nini, leo ilikuwa siku ya ukweli, lakini ukasahau hiyo verse moja ya you should not judge others. So kuwa hata kama uko pastor, kuwa keen hapo. Na pia community ancestor, hiyo kutumia misumari, let us not come to display our skills here, and also our professionals. Kama mtu ni carpenter let us evade from using our tools of every day kuelezea chama. UDA ama ODM hakuna mahali inajengwa na misumari. So when unatumia ati misumari kwa kichwa, hiyo hatuelewi. Thank you, Bernard.
Ndeto acha nikuelimishe. Ndeto acha tu nikuelimishe.
Fred, hiyo imetosha.
moja tu ya Ndeto, niko na Ndeto neno moja tu.
Aya.
This is the right platform. You cannot separate politics and gospel. Those two things goes, kwa sababu hii siasa ilianza wakati wa Yesu. Yesu akiwa amesaliwa, sheria ikatoka kwa mtu alikuwa anaitwa watu warudi kwao, waende wajiandikishe kupiga kura, waende wahesabiwe. Census ilianza huko yani huko kitambo huko, ndugu yangu. Na mimi si ati na charge mtu, natumia hiyo Biblia ndio mnasimamanga nayo kila siku mnasoma, na hiyo Biblia ndio pia mimi naisoma tu. Mimi hakuna kitu kingine, mnasomanga Biblia, mimi na pia hiyo naisoma tu. So with our own understanding we cannot understand the Bible, but to those who believe that
Fred,
they are
you
being
have made your point. You have made your point. Thank you. Ndeto, the Bible tells us not to judge, okay? And it also tells us to judge.
Which verse?
You want me to give you the verse?
Because by the reason why Jesus Christ came,
Wait, I explain. I have thrown out something that I need to explain for you to get, okay? The Bible says if you judge yourself, you will not need another person to judge you. That means you weigh what you're about to say, and when it is not worth being said, you don't say it. Nobody's going to hold you accountable for it. Secondly, in 1 Corinthians, the Bible talks about believers who go to the court of law for judgment. He said, don't you have a wise person among yourselves who can judge and preside over the differences of believers? Why should you go to the court of unbelievers for judgment? And the word judgment also does not just mean finding somebody guilty or condemning somebody. To judge means to weigh things in the balance. So even as we debate, we are judging matters before we say. So we don't limit the word judgment only on the person who has committed a crime and is appearing before the court. That judgment has something to do with how do you weigh the performance of the DP in 9 years? How do you weigh the performance of this other parliamentarian in 9 years? How have they performed? That one you don't need to be a judge to judge. You just need judgment to be able to judge. That is a critical thinking mind. So let's not limit ourselves to one scripture and turn it into Bible. The Bible is wide, and for us to be accurate in biblical presentation, we have to be able to present scriptures in such a way that they will not fight each other, but support each other in a particular ideology. So without seeking to condemn anybody or sentence anybody, we are here to debate because we are judges and we need to judge matters so that we come to right conclusion. Ukienda kwa booth hiyo kuvote, itakuwa pia kujudge. Unapewa list ya hawa watu wote, sura ni mzuri, masomo iko, wamekuwa vetted, yes, wako na good conduct, yes, but who do you choose among this? You will judge them and conclude, I want this one. So let's be biblical all the way, not biblical in some way, then the other way we change tag. If
Bernard,
that has
a second.
Please, use that second. Tunataka kusonga mbele tafadhali. Yes.
Yes. You see, like in the Old Testament, the Bible talks about God of justice, where the law of Moses stipulated like a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye. But because no one is perfect, that's why Jesus Christ came. And the reason why Jesus Christ died on the cross is to change justice to mercy. You know, we will not be judged again. And that's why even I am so encouraged that you can go to heaven na upate kila mtu amekubalishwa kuingia heaven, because the God who is presented by Jesus is God of mercy, no judgment. So when someone comes on the platform, then you talk as if you even have some statement of judgment in heaven. That's where we are diverting. Let us divert from that.
Thank you. But what you have said is not valid. Let's just drop it there, okay? Jesus, let's not turn this one into a theological class. Unione nyuma ya tent tutabalance hiyo maneno yote. But kile ninachosema ni hiki. Jesus said, I did not come to do away with the law, but to fulfill the law. He said, you have heard it said of the old, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If somebody slaps, but he said, but I say unto you, okay, that if somebody takes your coat, give him the shirt. If he slaps you this way, turn this other side. So that means the law that Jesus brings is more tougher than even the one that Moses brought. But there is how to navigate around that. Let's not get there and turn this one into pastoral class. Naomba tu tulie, tusonge mbele, we break down this political understanding na tusonge mbele. Hakuna shida. Sawa sawa. Themba, I think Themba is your turn before Mark. And I wanted you to take charge as soon as you finish your submission. And then from you is Mark, and then Joe. After that, kila mtu atakuwa ameongea. So to our second role inaanza na James. James alikuwa wa kwanza kuongea. Then tunaenda namna hiyo. Thank you.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon from wherever you are.
A good day from everywhere in the world.
Good night. Good night from all of us.
I was taught not to hit a wounded soldier, so I'm not gonna be so tough on Dedo today because everybody has done that. So Dedo, sorry. There will be another day. You live to fight another day. The clear indication on what everybody has said, I am in agreement of all that. So the hot air has been discovered today. So I'm not going to emphasize that. I'm just going to say that from the other side, it is emerging as we are seeing so clearly that it's all what Hitler said, that the imagination is that if you repeat a lie for so many times, it becomes true. So they are banking on that propaganda statement. If you study Hitler and propaganda, and Joseph Goebbels' propaganda, who was the propaganda machine for the Nazi, and what they have said about manipulation of human psychology and their mind, you just have to appeal to their emotions. They will stop reasoning. So when they stop reasoning, they are likely to follow what you said. So they were able to tell the Germans that they were a pure race, and therefore everybody else was an enemy. And that's how they were able to try and clear the Jews from amongst them. So they were able to unite the Germans across West and East Germany, brought them together, and told them that if someone doesn't belong to that race, then those are not the best people that you're having. And they used the media. They wrote quite a number of times to try and propagate that thing. So what has been happening constantly is the DP has been trying to propagate himself as the only true, even when you hear the way the supporters, the followers of UDA speak, they don't speak from a point of the mind. They speak from a point of emotion. They are being pushed to refuse to reason. Because when you see someone saying that we do not want a dictatorial government, yet they are following someone who is himself forcing them to follow him. They are only choosing between one evil that they don't like and this evil that they like. You know, they're telling them that we do not want you to be kupangwa, yet him is actually doing exactly that. I have said here, and we have debated that time without a number. At what time did the UDA members meet and decide that one William Samoei Arap Ruto is the presidential candidate? You can't tell me that that side is bad, yet you are using the same kind of tactics within you. You know, you can't say that those people are bad, they want position, yet you have already given yourself a position of power that you want to use to, you know, you want to distribute, you want to be the one who is going to control those resources. You tell the others that we don't want positions, yet you're telling every other party to wind up and join you, you know, join yours. Why don't you wind yours and join another party? Because fine, we don't want, you know, we want one national party. Wake up and say that I have disbanded my party, I'm willing to join any other party that is uniting people. He's not doing that. So that tells you there's sinister motive. But you know what he's done constantly is to try and portray himself like I'm the one who knows what is best for all of you. And that is one characteristic of a dictator. That is one characteristic of someone who is, what we call them is a narcissistic personality disorder. He has that narcissism that he is the one, if it is not working for him, it shouldn't work for anybody else. I'm the one who knows what is best. I'm the one who knows what you deserve. I'm the one who knows what you guys need to become. All the other parties, according to him, are tribal parties. What is a tribe? Even him is a tribe. He comes from a tribe, you know. So we cannot purport just to have him saying that for him it is not a tribe. For others, it is a tribe. Why do you just become a tribe when you join another party, but when you come to UDA, you are not a tribe? That is number one. First of all, one of the illusions that we are being given by the deputy president. And of course, he formed these other illusions that, you know, we have so many people, they do not want to come because if they come to us, they are going to be mentioned in one corrupt dealing or another. Today, that day, yesterday, I mean, I don't know whatever time it is, they were put into, you know, the scale. 100 people cannot travel, Mr. Ndeto, and if they are traveling, then there's a problem with UDA. It means that next, if they come to power, when there'll be that particular time when you need them to pass one bill, they have all gone to South Africa to benchmark. You can't have everybody traveling. Even what kind of excuse is that, Ndeto, that you can rise up and come and give on this platform? That it was a bad time, and some of them are busy following the deputy president to go and open a UDA office. And UDA office is not made up of tribes. Duale comes from a tribe. You know, the deputy president comes from a tribe. There's nothing wrong with coming from a tribe. And what makes UDA non-tribal? Those members are tribes. They are Kenyans, and Kenya has over 42 tribes. So this thing of us being, I mean, as time goes by, the lies are beginning to be separated. And as time is going by, you know, they're coming, you know, it was a test. They were being put, let's see these numbers. What numbers are these? Those numbers didn't show. We don't want to hear in any other rally that we have over 160 MPs with us from today. And even Deto should not come here to tell us we have over 160 out there, because there's none. Today, tell us we have 68. That is what we know. In fact, minus the ANC, you are actually, I think, around 50 something. So my submission today is that the deputy president has, instead of putting up a team of strategists, he has put up a team of propaganda machine to blow up people's emotions and blow up people's imaginations. But the reality is the ship is sinking. UDA is not a party better than even Jibebe party. It is not better than even those other parties. So this issue of telling us UDA is a national party, there's nothing national about it. It is not better than all the other parties. And we should be able, we like them. I mean, it's a political formation. It is a constitutional right for people to organize themselves in whichever political party they want. But we are not ready to go back to one party system. We are here to acknowledge each and every person's constitutional right to join a party of their choice. That is the constitutional provision. Nobody should, it took sweat and blood to have the 2010 constitution. For anybody to want to take us back there, we are saying no, reject for that particular reason. I think I want to finish there for now and want to tell Ndeto that I pity you, my brother. It is not a very easy thing to support someone who consistently and constantly goes in a path of deceit and a path of unexplained self-inflicted injury. But we appreciate that it is still early. You can always make a U-turn like one David did today. He took a very brave step. It takes a brave person to realize that this route that I'm going is not the right one. And Ndeto, history will be written if you will rise up today to the occasion and refuse to continuously buy into this mundane and deceitful way of thinking that UDA is the only party that can unite Kenyans. It cannot, it will never. Azimio la Umoja will. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Themba. Just before Mark comes in, I want to play this video. Just a few seconds. Where is it?
Unaona mimi nakaa nyuma ya Uhuru Kenyatta najipanga hapo polepole polepole polepole. I know what I'm doing, my friend. Unafikiri nikilete fujo kwa huyu jamaa ata ala? My friend, tuendelee namna hiyo. Na tumesoma kutoka historia. Tumesoma kutoka historia. Hata Nyayo walikaa nyuma ya baba ya huyu jamaa akakuwa kitu. Huyu rafiki yangu mwingine alikuja akalete fujo hapo kwa Kibaki, sasa yeye yako msituni. So, tujipange mzuri. Maneno itaendelea namna hiyo. Tumekubaliana.
Bernard, before the other person, would you mind to give me 20 seconds? Themba has really touched me so much.
No.
20 mentioned you or touched you? What are you saying?
All.
Okay.
Ndeto is taking a lot of time.
Ndeto, you will do that during your the second lineup of submission.
It is a burning one. It is a burning one, Bernard. You know, majority of the participants here, they are ODM affiliated. I am the only UDA.
What we are saying is,
Bernard, you're beginning to complain. No.
Let's do this.
You know, Bernard, Bernard, I notice even Penny here has been trying to interject, but she has not been given a chance. Ndeto,
Like
your
now,
numerical, your numerical,
begin complaining.
You
it's like
can,
Ndeto
you
has
can,
an upper hand in this
order, everybody.
Ndeto,
thank you very much.
Let me say something to Neto. Neto, you cannot use your numerical disadvantage to disadvantage us. We will be on the minority side now.
It is okay. Please, Neto, just relax. Let's hear from Mark and then Jakindube. Then we'll be taking the second round. We'll give you priority to be the first one to make your second term submission. Twende kwa Mark. Moja kwa moja. Mark.
Before I make my remarks, acha tu Ndeto, I can donate my 20 seconds for Ndeto to say what he has for 20 seconds. Then I can make another 1 minute. It will be okay for me.
Okay.
Wow, thank you so much, my brother. You know, the way Zemba is dismantling the whole thing, giving us examples of Germany and the Nazi Party and Hitler. You know, Zemba, Kenya is a bit advanced, and you cannot give us such samples trying to animate anyone. No, it is a good for education, but they are not. Kenya, we are advanced. We are beyond Nazi and Hitler. So if that is what is ringling in your mind, you better take a new dimension as well. Hivyo venye mnadharau UDA, nawaambia siku inakuja na mtakuja kuona. Nimeona hata the examples you people, majority of us are giving. It's like ati sijui baba hata asipoingia kwa Azimio, Ruto is just but
Deto, you are digressing. No, Deto, you are digressing.
Wait.
You're given 20 seconds to just respond to me alone. Now you are responding to other people. Number one, you are a student. You have told us here numerally that you have gone to school. You understand the use of similes. You understand the use of comparative study. You understand the geopolitics of the world. So you cannot come here and start saying that you cannot use this. Neto, stop that kind of mischievous way of application of knowledge. Number one, propaganda use is not limited to only Hitler. I just gave you an example of how propaganda was used by Hitler. And since then, it has been used numerous times. Even governments use propaganda. So I don't expect you to come and tell me what to use or not to use. Because even you are confident, that you are confident that the deputy president will be the president come 2022. Why should you question other people's confidence? You have a right to be confident that you have a right.
You cannot compare. You cannot compare Hitler and you cannot compare Hitler and UDA president.
It is not. And also, Neto, please stop making a mountain out of a molehill.
You know that was a very
the use of propaganda, the use of repeating a lie until it appears as truth. As
Mr. Mark, your time is over.
It was not comparing the two personalities.
You guys are taking my time.
English was not my first language. English was not my first language. So then, but the similes you are talking about, you better teach me on this platform.
Neto, you are getting emotional over nothing. The comparison was about the use of propaganda, repeating a lie until it appears to be truth. It was not comparing the personality of William Ruto and the personality of Hitler. But you are turning it into a personality so that...
Go back for your school fees.
Thank you. Please, let's go to Mark. Mark, please, chukua endelea.
Thank you so much. You guys are funny. Leo ni kucheka. I want to make a very short submission. I've been thinking and wondering. Just imagine, Leo, today 113 members of parliament voted in favor of Ruto's direction. Just imagine. Leo hii kama Ruto 113 wangekuwa ni wa Ruto alafu the 68 walikuwa wa Azimio. I don't know whether we'll even be breathing here. I'm just imagining if we had 30 governors supporting Ruto and is it around 6 or 7 supporting Raila, for example? I'm just also imagining if today Uhuru says Ruto is my preferred successor. These are realities that perhaps we must start acknowledging, because if you listen to our deputy president, increasingly what you realize is that he lives in a world of deceit. When he's at Kilifi, he'll tell them there's somebody who came here, he has picked your pot and taken it to Naivas. That is what he was saying yesterday. When he's in Turkana, he's telling them he's advancing the idea of bottom up and that he'll want the economy of the local Mwananchi to grow. The same person, when you tell him we need 35% of our national revenue going to the counties, he says it doesn't have to go through a constitutional provision. For me, I have a feeling like increasingly the deputy president is getting somehow some kind of, I don't know how to describe it. Sometimes I feel ni kama ako mgonjwa, ama sometimes he doesn't listen to himself, or sometimes he's just so happy lying that he doesn't care about what people listen. But the big question we must ask ourselves, whether the MPs are in support of Azimio or not, what is good for our country? And perhaps that is a question that we must ask ourselves. What is really good for our country? Do we really need the small parties? Is it good to nurture such big parties like ODM, UDA, and such kind of parties? These are discussions we must always have. And these discussions, when we have them, we run away from the emotional part of the kind of persons we support. For me, it's a bigger debate than just the bill that was presented before Parliament. It's important we acknowledge that we are a multi-party state. It's important we acknowledge that we are not going back to a single party. But again, is it really very important that we have very, very small parties? Does it really help to advance the rule of law? Does it advance the concept of democracy? It's something I want us to debate going forward. And finally, this theory and this aspect of saying they have numbers, Ruto has numbers, Ruto has numbers. Even when there has been very critical issues that the nation needs to address, have we seen these numbers really count? What is it we can sit down and say, this guy is an MP affiliated the deputy president, but this is the kind of bill that he has presented before Parliament that we can acknowledge advances the philosophy that the deputy president has. Apart from roadside declarations in rallies, what is it we can say that perhaps the deputy president is able to tell us that this is my philosophy and this is my theory and this is what I've been able to do? For me, that is the bigger question, and that is the bigger picture I want us to address. That today we were having the political parties bill. Fine. The UDA says it's a bad bill, but what do they have in the alternative? So that we can also try to question their input as we also address what the Azimio la Umoja were bringing on board. The fact that every other day we see, like once an idea has been advanced by the Azimio la Umoja guys, the Ruto guys will go the opposite direction is something that is absurd and something for us that we must start not appreciating. Because if Jubilee and ODM are advancing a particular idea, it's not everything that is bad to the eyes of the UDA guys. They should also be able to tell us this is what we have and this is what we think you can be able to improve your bill with, instead of just advancing this kind of what do they call it, where you follow somebody blindly like a cult, without reasoning, without reducing your emotions.
Psychophancy.
Psychophancy. Thank you. Psychophancy. You stop completely to reason out just because so and so has said something is bad. I think that is my concern, and so I might be having an alternative way of looking at it, but for me, it's important we start debating these issues, not without looking at the people advancing them, but for the greater good of our nation.
Okay, thank you. I believe you are done, Mark.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much. Tunaenda moja kwa moja kwa Jakindu Bey. Haya, tukimaliza hapo ndio tutaanza raundi ya pili na thank you. Welcome Jakindu Bey.
Asanteni sana, nawasalimia sana wote.
Asante.
Namsalimia Ndeto, na Ndeto usione vibaya ndugu yangu nikitumia mfano wako ama nikisema kitu ambacho labda itaelekea upande wako. Nataka kusema kwamba haya mambo ambayo mnasema propaganda, kwa nini mnakosa kuona propaganda? Si propaganda, hata sisi hapa nyumbani juzi watu wengi tu wamesema vile walikuwa wanasema propaganda juu ya Raila huko Mlima Kenya, na hata wewe Ndeto umeambiwa propaganda nyingi sana juu ya Raila na umekubali kwamba ni ukweli. So hizi propaganda ni vitu ambavyo ni za ukweli zinatumika, lakini kwa maoni yangu nataka kusema propaganda ni kitu kibaya. Tafadhali tusitumie Kenya, kwa sababu propaganda imeleta vita. Hata ukiangalia katika historia ya ulimwengu, propaganda imeleta vita, propaganda imeumiza watu, imeua watu. Angalia Iraq, propaganda ilifanya wakaenda wakaua Saddam, wakavunja hiyo nchi. Propaganda kusema mambo ya uongo kwamba wako na silaha au mass destruction, na haikuweko. Sijui kama wengine, lakini wengi nafikiri ambao mko kwa hii platform mnakumbuka hiyo na muliona. Gaddafi wamemuua kwamba alikuwa sijui anaua watu, na hata leo hakuna mtu hata mmoja ambao wanaweza kusema Gaddafi aliua. Hakuna. So hii mambo ya propaganda ni kitu kibaya kabisa. Kwa hiyo si mimi, hapo ndipo najiuliza, manake kila siku nimesikia kwamba nimeona watu wa UDS ndio wakisema kwamba wako na wajumbe wengi kwa parliament. Mbona leo hawakuweko pale kupinga hiyo mjadala na kufanya isipite? Mbona imepita na wamesema wako na nani wengi? Hiyo nataka kumwambia bwana Ndeto kwamba hawa watu wanakudanganya wewe, na kuona ni mtu ambaye anaweza kuwa ni kijana mzuri kwa kuendesha Kenya kwa siku zijazo, lakini mimi nataka kukushauri tu, si kwamba nina nani nzuri zaidi ya wengine, si kwamba maoni yako ni kwamba si zote ni mbaya, lakini mimi nataka kukushauri kwamba ukitaka maendeleo ya nchi yako, nchi ya Kenya
Jakindu Bey.
Yes.
Kuwa mkweli, mwambie maoni yake ni ambayo ya kinyuma kidogo. Kuwa mkweli, mwelezee ukweli, atakusikia.
Ndio nataka kumwelezea kwamba ufuate. Mimi nataka
no. You know that is very unfair, Themba, because you cannot add salt to an injury. Bernard, moderate.
Pole, mimi nilisema, ndio maana nakwambia pole.
Ni wakati wa Jakindu Bey, wengine wote mute your mics. Thank you.
Nataka tu Ndeto, nataka nikuambie kwamba nataka ujiunge na Azimio la Umoja. Hii ni siasa ambayo kama wewe nilisikia unataka kuwa wewe ni mwanasiasa, itakusaidia na itajenga nchi yetu. Hiyo siasa ambayo iko upande wa UDA ni siasa ambayo inaongozwa na propaganda na siasa ambayo haina heshima. Nikisema heshima, haina heshima kwa sababu mtu ambaye anafuata rais anamtusi rais kila siku, na hata wale ambao wanamfuata wanamtusi rais, na sidhani kama ni jambo la busara kutusi rais. Rais ni rais wetu, ni nimba ya nchi yetu. Kwa hiyo unaweza kuwa hupendi Uhuru kama Uhuru binafsi, lakini akisha semekana ni rais, si vizuri kumtusi. Ni jambo ambalo alina tija yoyote, na ni jambo ambalo la kusikitisha sana. Na naona wewe Ndeto ni kwamba huo mlengo ambao huko ni mlengo ambao haufai kabisa, kwa sababu ulituambia hapa wakati mwingine, ulisema hapa kwamba mna wajumbe wengi, lakini hao wajumbe sioni. Na tena unafuata huyu mtu ambaye alikuwa kwa serikali ya wakati wa KANU, hakupinga KANU. Wakati tulipotaka multiparty alipinga hiyo multiparty. Wakati tulikuwa tunapinga Moi, alikuwa katika kikundi cha Youth for KANU, watu ambao walikuwa wanapiga hata watu. Unaona, wakati tukitaka hii constitution ambayo sasa mnasema tusibadilishe, alipinga, hakupenda hiyo constitution. BBI amepinga. Tunataka kurekebisha hata leo tunataka kurekebisha mambo ya vyama, anapinga. Sasa utakuwa na mtu ambaye yeye hatipendi maendeleo. Manake hizi vitu ni maendeleo, sio vitu za kuturudisha nyuma, ni maendeleo. Manake lazima vitu turekebishe, lakini yeye kila tunapotaka kurekebisha kitu anakataa. Sasa huyo sio mtu ambaye kwa maoni yangu anafaa kuwa kiongozi wa nchi yetu na wale wafuasi wake wote. Kwa hiyo mimi nakushauri, hiyo ni mlengo ambao inatakiwa wewe. Nimekuona ni mtu ambaye anaweza kudebate, toka kwa hiyo mrengo. Na mimi na washauri wote tu ambao kwa hiyo mrengo ni kwamba
Asante Jakindu Bey.
Yes.
Hapo umesema tuanze operation Ndeto back home, kwa sababu Ndeto ni wa huku, so tunaanza hapo. Imekuwa sponsored na Jakindu Bey, operation Ndeto back home,
kwa sababu kule tumeona kwamba hawana chochote. Wamekuthibitishia leo, kama walikuwa wanasema ulikuwa unafikiri wamekuthibitishia leo kwamba wanakudanganya. Hawana namba, hawana lolote ambalo wanataka kuifanyia taifa la Kenya. Kwa hiyo mimi nakuomba wewe ujiunge na Azimio la Umoja, ndio Kenya tuwe pamoja. Msingi wa nchi yetu iwe ni umoja. Umoja itatupatia manufaa kwa maendeleo yote ambayo tunataka. Kila chochote ambacho tunataka umoja, ambao ndio msingi wa nchi zote hizi zingine ambazo unaona ziko na umoja. Kuna nchi zingine ambazo hata hapa sehemu za Europa, hata ukitoka uache mlango wazi, hakuna mtu anaingia kwako kuiba, kwa sababu hao watu wana umoja. Na umoja hiyo inawapatia nafasi ya kuhakikisha kwamba hakuna mtu anaenda njaa, hakuna mtu anaenda bila pesa mfukoni. Kwa hiyo umoja itatufanya tutimize yale yote ambayo tunataka, na tutakaa na utulivu, na tutakaa haya mambo ya corruption, sijui wizi itapungua kwa kiasi kikubwa sana. Asanteni sana. Karibu Ndeto nyumbani.
Asante Jakidube.
Karibu.
Thank you. It is the turn for Ndeto to respond as he makes his second submission. Please, let's restrict ourselves to 2 minutes each so that we don't keep so many guys on the queue. There is Peter Kiuria is requesting a clip of DP Ruto in Garissa. Let me look for it. If I find, I'll play it. I think Themba helped me find it. Wekesa pia atafutwa apatikane. Ndeto, go ahead.
Okay, asante Themba. You know, it is good to have to live around people with an advanced age, because you'll always brush your shoulders with them, and a lot of wisdom will be transacted. So I'm very happy to hear from your submission, Jakidube. And I usually take your advices seriously, but when it comes to the political arena, it's about interest. And that's why I am here supporting one DP, William Samoei Ruto. So maybe as I place my conclusion, I'll like to make 2 observations. Why I think even what is suggested to be amended in the Constitution is not good, and it is not, this is not the right time. For instance, I think the political leaders who are chairpersons of these parties, whether village parties or the national parties, they have been transacting some businesses through their parties. And a good example is like what happened today. How comes I did not see any ODM member of parliament? Maybe feeling like you cannot unanimously agree. Sometimes you, like for Jubilee, at least I saw a division, because there were those who are agreeing and there were those who are disagreeing with the amendment. But how comes there was no single MP from ODM who really came out to oppose the bill? You know, when the kingpins who are maybe leading a nation, it is not necessarily Kenya, how they are able to manipulate our political system or our legislature is through maybe appealing to the leaders of these parties. And that's what happened when it came to the BBI process. You saw even Kuria holding a good amount of money on his hand. I think it was 100K. And even the speaker played so safe that even he did not expose where that money was received from. But there were some information channels that this was bribery. So what is happening here is, let me make my point. What I'm observing here is this, that the moment we encourage coalition in Kenya, you know, it will be made up of very many parties. And whenever the head of state or the chief executive officer of this nation would like anything to be mobilized, it will be very easy to get to the chairpersons of the parties, and even through manipulation, through corruption, giving money, you can buy the whole delegate from that party as far as you have enough resources. And that's what I am fearing. If we emulate a democracy like the one for America, for instance, Americans do not have coalitions. They have, I think, 3 strong parties. And Themba has been playing to us a lot of paradox of practice. You know, He is in the United States, but what he is telling us here is to encourage us to go to the coalition way, of which the United States is on the Democratic Party, there is Republican Party, then there is those who go independent. Why don't we strengthen the same and we start with UDA as a party, then we have ODM as a party? You know why? Because it is not an individual who forms a government. It is the party. And that's where we are going wrong. Because when we allow the individual who is the head of the party to be the one to indicate or dictate what to happen, that's where we go wrong. I think we should be led by a party, not an individual. Through a party, we will see implementation of various policies. Through a party, we will have people of different ideas given opportunity at various levels in the government. And that way, they shall be able to serve. But when you have an umbrella where you have like 20 political parties, it will be very easy to dish money to these chairs of these parties and even manipulate them so that they can mobilize their followers to contribute to a certain bill. The second point and my final point is this, before you come in, Demba. For instance, I saw Baba, the only time that Baba won is in 2002. And that is when he supported one Mwai Kibaki. They had a coalition, a coalition kind of, where many parties came and because they were against the Moi regime, in a way, they ganged up and they were able to make Kibaki the president. But when you look from the 2007, the one on the Pentagon, you come to 2013, and also the 2017 NASA. You see, I don't know what happens when it comes to one Raila Amolo Odinga, because he could be the president. If coalitions are such functional, then so far he could be a president. So I think what it will bring is more division to our country, because wait until Raila Amolo Odinga becomes the president, then various parties start to detach themselves from Azimio, and that's when you will see the real hell on wheels, because people will start their own government. People will begin something that you have never seen. It is better the way we have 2 parties or 3 parties today than you can imagine if Jubilee government is a coalition. Already URP could be something different. You could see the members like those who were at the URP by then, or maybe any other parties. The way you are seeing Moses Kuria can patch from this party to tomorrow he is in this party, tomorrow the other kazi kwa kazi sijui nini, chama cha kazi is on this, tomorrow this. That is exactly what will happen. So let us at all capacity
now
aim to lobby for opposing that bill. Yes.
I'm asking you a question. Okay. You will build 1 or 3 strong parties by killing other parties.
Bernard, tunataka viongozi wa chama wakuwe na misimamo.
How America ended up with 2 or 3 strong parties.
My point is this. Wacha ukianzisha chama kuwa na vision na ukuwe na mwelekeo.
Lakini I'm only using what you said, and that is what I want us to build on. Okay? You are suggesting we should have 2 or 3 strong parties. We already have 88 parties in Kenya registered. What do we do with the rest? Do we kill them, deregister them, or beat the other parties into one party?
You see what happened in 2017. Jubilee government, the Jubilee party was made after welding up a number of parties. So let them die. Let them fall and die. They become one.
Let them fall and die so that they become one. That is the philosophy of your party leader.
Bernard.
No, hiyo ni maoni ya Ndeto. Hiyo ni maoni ya Ndeto. Don't tag our party leader there.
Subiri kwanza, everybody. Temba, hold on. let me play this video, and then we pick from there. I appreciate everybody. Okay. I hope it's the right one.
Nadio kitu ina voice.
Sound, please.
I don't know why it doesn't have sound. It's
Yuko.
Wacha tuulize Ndeto swali kama anaendelea kutafuta. Ndeto, hold on David. Ndeto kuna Bernard, si you mute kidogo. Ndeto kuna misinformation umetupatia hapo. We elect individuals. We don't elect political parties. A political party is just a vehicle. That's why you are even allowed to, you can actually go as an independent for president. There's no requirement that you must be in a political party to even go for the presidential election. So the Kenyan system, we elect individuals, not political parties. South Africa, the party rules. The party can recall a president. Tanzania, Chama cha Mapinduzi can recall their president. In Kenyan system, the party cannot recall you as a president. Once you've already been elected, that's it. That's why even right now, whatever happens, the president is protected by the constitution. So you need not misinform us by saying that we elect political parties. We don't. Secondly, in what Bernard said, we have 83 parties. Who determines which party is stronger than the other? It is the electorate, not the party leaders of the various parties. So it's not up to Ruto to decide that his party is stronger than the other 84 or 82. It is at the polls that you realize which party is stronger. And finally, you've compared the US. The US, it did not take one person to tell all the other parties to fold up. It is a process that the society goes through until it reaches a point where they kind of have the strong parties based on the elections that have happened. It is not based on someone saying you guys fold and join mine. No. It is based on the electoral process. As we continue electing, whichever party garners the majority at any political party and they remain organized, thereafter we have two major parties, but we have other parties. So I think sometimes even when we come, we need to be giving correct information, because even there are people who get informed from listening to us. Thank you.
Naweza kuongezea hapo hivi ni kwamba sehemu ambayo wale watu ambao
president who is an imperial president using the BBI process, a president that controls parliament, that controls the judiciary, that controls the legislature, and that controls the executive. That project did not succeed. Now you have started another scheme that you want to select for us a puppet who serves the interest of a few rich people so that you can install him to run the affairs of our nation to the detriment of millions of Kenyans. We are telling you, the people of Kenya will not accept a puppet president that serves the interest of a few rich people the people of Kenya will elect their president who serves the interest of every Kenyan, irrespective of their financial status, the community they come from, their race, their religion, because we believe in a united country. Tunaelewana? Mtakubali hawa watu watuletee kibaraka wao, atuakue rais wa Kenya. Watu wachache pale Nairobi kwa kiburi na madharau wanasema wataketi chini wafanye interview ati kibaraka wao watuletee na watulazimishe ati tumchague awe rais. Tunawaambia watajua hawajui, kwa sababu Wakenya wataamua kiongozi wao na rais ambaye atashughulikia Wakenya wote bila ya kujali nani maskini na tajiri, na bila ya kujali nani wa jamii hii ama jamii ile ama dini hii ama dini ile ama rangi hii ama rangi ile, kwa sababu tunataka umoja katika taifa letu la Kenya. And I want to tell our friends that you will not succeed in dividing this nation. You tried with the BBI, you failed. You tried with this installation of a puppet president, you failed. Now you want to change the law in parliament so that you can create a system where you can use village political parties to install the puppet president you have identified. We want to tell you the people of Kenya are united in a national political dispensation, and we will not allow you to divide the people of Kenya or install a puppet president who will serve the interests of a few. We are going to elect a president that serves the interests of everybody. Na watu wa Garissa wamesema kwa sauti hawapangwingwi.
Nilikuwa naongezea hapo kwamba sehemu ambao wanachagua party ni Uingereza. Uingereza ndio wanachagua party. Wao hawachagui kwa sababu head of government ni queen. Na hizi vyama ambavyo viko Labour na Conservative, huwa watu wakipiga kura wanachagua party. Hakuna mtu ambaye huwa pale ati nani, huwa wanachagua party. Lakini kitu nimeshangaa na bwana Ndetu ni kwamba wewe unasema kwamba hizi serikali hiyo muungano itakuwa kubwa, inaweza kuleta. Sasa mimi nashangaa, Jubilee ilikuwa ni kubwa, ilikuwa ni party moja na ilikuwa na watu na wajumbe wengi kwa parliament. Haikufanya makosa? Si imefanya makosa, ndio maana mnaishambulia. Ninyi mmegeuka nayo mnasema imefanya makosa, imefanya hii na hii, na yeti ilikuwa ni chama kimoja. Si waliungana wote wakaitwa Jubilee, chama kimoja cha Jubilee. So mbona hiyo ambayo ni chama kimoja imefanya makosa? Sasa nashangaa kuona Jubilee, chama hii ya UDA haitafanya makosa, lakini hii ya Jubilee ambayo ni chama kimoja ambayo ilikuwa na wajumbe wengi yenyewe inaweza kufanya makosa, na hii ya UDA haiwezi kufanya makosa. Na hii muungano ambayo unasema muungano ndio itafanya makosa. Mimi hapo sielewi. Ndio maana ndio maana nakuomba hao watu wachane nao, urudi kwa muungano. Muungano inaweza kuelekeza uone hizi vizuri kuliko mahali msimamo ambao una, kwa sababu huo msimamo sio wa kuleta umoja. Au umesikiliza vile bwana Ruto anazungumza, anamkashifu president, anasema ni mbahili, anasema president analeta dictatorship, ni imperial president. Yet hiyo president yeye ndio assistant wa huyo president. Bwana Ndeto, fikiria sana kuongozwa na mtu kama huyo. Yale matamshi yote yametamka pale ni matamshi yasiyo na tija kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya. Asante.
Okay, thank you, Jakindu Bey. Just want to remind the date of 2007. ODM was the majority party in parliament, and all the members of parliament were elected on ODM. But when it got to after the Grand Coalition and the code, the agreement that brought about the Grand Coalition, a divisive person will always be divisive. When it came to matters Mau, it is DP mobilizing ODM members of parliament from Rift Valley to revolt against the prime minister so that they can make the prime minister be weak and even lose the prime ministership, because according to the accord, the prime minister was prime minister because he has the majority of the members of parliament in parliament. So if the ODM members from Rift Valley crossed over or deceased to be members of ODM, it will make prime minister cease to be prime minister. So belonging to a single party has no way of stopping people who want to go where they want to go. Just like you can put together 20 parties and you have a code, an agreement, and you still work together. There was no, the NASA was dissolved last year after how many years of working together, voting together, and going through the wherever, supporting whatever there was, including when they were supporting the Jubilee government, they were doing it as NASA. So the notion that the Azimio or the coming together of different political parties is going to make the government non-functional and we only need one party so that we can have a functional government, that is neither here or there. It is something that is informed by fear and insecurity, born out of a leader who cannot work with other leaders. He wants to be the only leader and every other person a follower. That's not possible at this point in time. Every person asking for the highest office needs to have a nerve of seeing other leaders emerging from every other corner. And those other leaders should be able to challenge his leadership. But if your leadership is built on destroying other leaders so that you remain the only leader, then that is the recipe for dictatorship. The same thing he's complaining about is what is laying his bed for the same. Cut off every other person, make every other person irrelevant, remain the only one who calls shots. DP is drunk with something. We are yet to investigate to find out which one, but he's drunk with something. And that thing he's drunk with is what is going to finish him.
Bernard, let Penny speak.
I'm letting Penny speak. After that, we go to my friend Bantu Warrior, amekuwa hapa muda mrefu, then tuende kwa David Olo. Sawa sawa. Penny kwanza, then tuende kwa Bantu, tukitoka kwa Bantu ndio tuende kwa Olo, ndio tuendelee na hiyo mkururo tena. Sawa sawa. Penny, go ahead.
Okay, my second submission is that today it was so clear during the debate that the UDA team have been exaggerating their numbers, and I think the main reason why they have been exaggerating their popularity is for them to be able to reject election results when defeated in 2022, so that they can demand the Nusumukate government. That is so clear. So I think it's a wake-up call for the Kieleweke and the Azimio La Umoja team to be on the lookout so that they can have their facts right, so that in an event that UDA, who are very likely to reject election results, do so, they should be able to come out with their facts right. So they should also be prepared, like we saw the other day, UDA team were putting together their legal team, anticipating problems in future. So I think it's also high time this other side of Azimio and Kieleweke should also be on the lookout, because when someone is constantly using propaganda without taking a rest, then it calls for some kind of soberness on their side. They should not take anything to chance, because the narrative that Baba needs Oka team in order to win elections, I don't think it holds water. Much as either parties still need, would still be happy to, it would be a plus for either parties to be supported by the Oka team. But I think the dynamics of politics have changed, and it is not a narrative that holds water. Baba can still win elections with or without Oka. But should they choose to support Baba, that will be a plus for him. But his whatever, his elections are not pegged. His being number one in the elections is not pegged on on whether Oka joins him or not. We still know that from today's findings, that Baba is capable of winning elections, whether with or without Oka, guys. But if they choose to join him, we will praise the Lord. And then also, we were addressing something to do with the implementation of the parts of BBI. And I'm wondering why the UDA team are very keen about implementing parts of a document. They refer to the authors as matapeli, Once you have referred to someone as a matapeli, and then you go back and you want to sneak some very beautiful parts of that document into Parliament, it's quite hypocritical. They are not being very genuine by wanting to implement parts that they think would suit them. So in as much as they have said that the author of the document is Matapeli, I think it should be Matapeli all the way. It should not be that there are some parts that they are eyeing, which they think they will benefit from. They want to cleverly sneak the parts that suit them into the whatever. They want to sneak some parts that they think are suiting them quietly without following the due process. So I think rather the UDA team should focus on advocating for the implementation of the bottom up. They should the 100 billion that the DP has been speaking about. He's still a sitting DP, and he's still the chairman of the Intergovernmental Budget and Economic whatever. He's still the chairman, so I think he's in a better position to implement whatever thing that he feels is necessary, because he keeps, in his campaigning trails, he keeps saying that the priority is not BBI, the priority is not to change the constitution, but his priority is the border man, the mamambogas, and the jobless. So why can't he use his position currently to whatever, to make things work as it is? Why does he have to wait until he's elected, while there is no job that he does? He's earning money out of the taxpayers' money, and he's not doing anything. So if there is anything that he needs to do, he should do it now and quickly, because we are wondering why he has to wait for 2022 to be elected. And then there is also the narrative that the DP keeps using against Babaman, that is Mganga. The narrative of some people being Christians and some people being Waganga is an analogy that cannot hold water anymore. And we agreed last time, we have held severally that For someone to be a good leader, Christianity is not a prerequisite, you know. Where we have reached, we have people who profess to be Christians that are doing worse things than those who do not even profess they are Christians. So for us Kenyans, anybody who comes and has the qualities that you are looking for, whether Christian, Hindu, or Muslim, we do not care. So this narrative of some people being Christians should not be taken advantage over because they want to receive votes from the church. Yeah, and then Raila phobia can also no longer hold water because Raila is now capable of campaigning in places where he previously could not be accepted to carry out his campaigns without stoning and threats and name calling and stuff like that. So we are looking forward to a Raila presidency, and there are no doubts about it. And today it was put in the open that UDA have been using propaganda to lie to people that they have numbers, and today their numbers failed. And we can see that a lot of the campaigns, a lot of the things that they are promising Kenyans are just hot gas, you know, hot air. So Azimio is the way to go, and we hope for the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Penny. Let's go to Bantu Warriors, please.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard, na nawasalimia nyote kwenye panel. Kwanza mimi ningetoa saluti kwa ndugu David. Masaa machache aliweza kuelewa ule ukweli, kujua ni vipi mambo yanaendelea. Yeye alikuwa stubborn sana, lakini the guy is a wise man. Ina show kuwa how wise he is. Straightforward. There's no to beat a bush, you know. Ndeto, wewe unasema kuwa hakuna coalition ama haifai. Coalition iko all over the world. German, Netherlands, UK, I can name so many countries. They have got coalition governments. Northern Ireland, Romania, Republic of Ireland, Poland, Norway, Ukrainian, Switzerland, German, United Kingdom, all of them. Waswahili wanasema dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Huyu makamu wa rais, na kutokea mwanzo utaweza kuona si mtu yuko qualified kutuongoza nchi kama yetu ya Kenya. He is not qualified at all. He is not qualified. Na wewe ikiwa kama ni student, I don't know, yuko university ama uko college, you deserve more than that. You deserve more than that. You should have been sitting there and knowing exactly that the guy is a con man. Professional con man. Sorry kwa kutumia hiyo, sikupendelea, lakini nakupa tu uelewe. He's a con man. Hamheshimu bosi wake kabisa. Ikiwa yeye hamheshimu bosi wake, unafikiri atatuheshimu sisi wananchi wa Kenya kweli? Wewe ukiangalia kweli vile anavyoongea na hawa wanaomsurround yeye, kweli hawa ni watu kweli tunataka wewe kwenye government yetu watuongoze sisi? They are not humble, they are not wise. They are not wise, the whole of them, all of them. Mi ukaa nikaangalia nikawaona, hakuna hata mmoja wako na busara. Hawezi kuwa viongozi wale. Hatutaki watu kama wale tuongoze sisi kabisa. We don't have time to give these people chances to lead our country. Nimekuambia dalili ya mvua ni mawingu. Dictator wakina Chavez, wakina Mabutu, wakina Idi Amin, wakina, this is the way they behave. The guy is so arrogant. The guy says so many bad things. He doesn't have anything to give us. Nothing. Mimi niko huku, lakini sioni kitu gani mimi nichukue kura yangu mimi moja nimpatie mtu ambaye yuko na watu anawaambia waende wakatukane watu, wamtukane kiongozi, wamtukane kila mtu wakisimama hakuna kitu yote wanatuelezea, wakatuambia sisi tutafanya hivyo. Ni matusi everywhere. Sasa chama yenu itapoteza watu wengi sana ambao ni mawise wenye busara kama David, wengi sana. Na kuna mtu alikuwa anasema juzi, akasema ikifika February March, nafikiria nyinyi mtabakia pengine Ruto na watu 12 tu ama 15. Kusema ule ukweli, si tumetoka mbali, tumekaa Jakindu Bea anaelewa, si tumetoka mbali, tunaelewa vile sasa inakwenda. Sasa standard yetu ya kimaisha imekuwa hali ya juu, ni 21st century sasa. Wewe ukiwa kama ni well educated now you are blind, you cannot see. You have eyes, you cannot see. You have mind, you cannot use it. You just go blindly like uko kwenye msitu hivi, huwezi kuona. You are wasting your time and many years to come if you don't be very careful. Many years to come. Sisi tumesafa sana miaka mingi, Jakindu Bea anaelewa. Na nyinyi mnataka kupoteza tena miaka mingine. Mwache mtu kama hao waingie, waanze kuleta udikteta katika nchi zetu. Yeah, we can't let that to happen. Ni uongo tu sauti. Wewe mwenyewe unaona anasema yeye yuko na wabunge 160, 140, na kumbe hakuna kitu. Simple as that. Can't you see? Kwa hivi sasa sina mengi ya kusema, lakini ndugu yangu Ndeto, jaribu uwe kama David. Hataki kuchelewa. Aliinua mikono na namshukuru sana. Naomba David arudi hapa tumpongeze, kwa sababu he is a really man. Asante sana Bwana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bantu Warrior. We appreciate your contribution. Tuende kwa na nataka sikize David kwanza. David Olo, are you there? Okay, if there is not David Olo, Sir David umeinua mkono.
Asante sana. Nimekuwa na burning points ambazo ningetaka kuambia mwenzetu Leto. And I understand why he has that conviction ya kuwa side ya Ruto. Because Ruto ni mtu mmoja ambaye ako na very sweet word. Actually, it's very tempting. You cannot escape. Ukikaa na Ruto for one good week, you won't have any good reason ya kumwacha. But I would challenge Ndeto ajaribu examine ama scrutinize. Na one good reason, tunafaa tujiulize swali moja. Why is it DP is ever opposing and is never given an alternative leadership? Just the other day I was expecting maybe atasaidi na mtu kama Ekuru Okot wakuwe na alternative document that will give Kenyan solution ama hope. But you see, because this person is not genuine and is not sincere, he opposed something na hapeani solution. The other problem I have, najiuliza, Ruto is a deputy president of the ruling party. Huyu jamaa not unless anatubeba vibaya, sielewi where he gets the audacity and the gut to prefect other readers and to pinpoint mistake done by the same government, which is the second in command. I wonder, I don't know whether mnanielewa how hard it is, because you can't have couples and one of the partner anataka kutoa makosa nje, baadaye waketi chini watafute solution. The other problem I have ni mambo ya kuahidi vijana pesa. He knows very well he's not sincere, because kama angekuwa sincere angekuja na njia mbadala in form of policy. Juu if anything is anchored in our constitution, at least hapo tutakuwa na imani. Haya, to another challenge I would like my friend Deto angalie. Ruto amekuwa mzuri sana kwa kuhighlight the problem affecting us, especially youth, akina mama mboga, mama boda, akina boda boda na watu less fortunate. Ametuambia na mdomo wake ya kwamba the next government will have to have those boda boda and mama boga sit on the table. How many has he picked before tuende mbali? Amewashika mkono akasimamisha akasema hawa kutoka kwa mama mboga nataka uwe either MCA ama MP ama any person. Ni nani hata mmoja ameshika other than kuwatumia? I wish you note that na uangalie. You'll be able to see who the deputy president is. And no wonder, just the other day, president lose his cool. Akamwambia nao kama hutaweza kuterrorate being in the government, you'd rather quit. Because actually we don't see the essence of him, beside earning his salary, amekuwa akiendeleza makampeni. Wao watu wote ambao wanaenda Karen, wao watu wanakunywa chai, wanakula lunch, na other expenses hata na ni sisi ni pesa za zetu anatumia, yet hatuhudumii. The best thing is doing ni kucampaign. Mambo kama haya tunafaa tuangalie. Another thing which I happen to be a victim. It happened that I'm a victim of the post-election violence. And twice I've been affected. Beside being victimized, beside being kutolewa kule tulitoka, 2018 my company collapsed as a result of hii mambo ya election. Now our president amekuwa categorical. Hataki repeat ya hizi mashida ambazo zimekuwa ziki affect wananchi. How come this thing doesn't concern DP when other people, even akina Raila huwa walikuwa na bishana sana, wameona the need of peace of our country, but he doesn't see the need. Actually yeye mwenyewe ndiye ana incite watu, as you have heard from the clip. Sasa huyu ni mtu ambaye ana incite watu kwa sababu hapei watu solution, anapiganisha watu. Is he truly a true leader ambaye tunafaa kuweka kwa leadership atuongoze? Sina mengi, wacha nikomee hapo.
Themba take charge. Themba take charge. Thank you.
Okay. Inakaa ni kumalizia and I've taken charge now. First, let me give two words in a minute and then and then I can continue giving us. We were actually closing up, so once I finish, Neto, you had already given your 2 minutes, so let me give my closing, and then I can give it to WG. In very few words, I think we must submit to Neto's presidential candidate, that is UDA presidential candidate, that Kenyans are bright, Kenyans are not fools, and Kenyans have chosen the right path. Kenyans voted for the 2010 constitution, and they had a reason to vote for it. They wanted the multi-party democracy. From the clip, even you could see that for some reason now, the deputy president is coming up with now 2 lines of propaganda. One is that the other presidents are puppet presidents. Him is the true one. And secondly, that Wakenya wapangwingwi, yet he's busy pangering them. He's saying Wakenya watachagua, but wanasema yeye ndio sasa Wakenya wamemchagua. So those are 2 other propaganda areas that he wants to use for the next coming days. Kenyans have seen him for who he is. He's deceitful, propagandist, and a narcissist. And he has to be called out for who he is. There's nowhere that UDA has proven that it is the strongest party, because there has not been any elections taking place. So we can't say that it is better than the other 83. Actually, the only 2 that we can say right now is ODM and Jubilee. So moving forward, the Kenyans should stay woke, call out liars for what they are, and come 2022, let us make the right decision and the right choice. However, because Kenya is a multi-party democracy, they are free to mobilize and continue campaigning the way they want, but we want to encourage them to keep always speaking the truth and the truth only, and the truth shall set them free. So thank you so much for today. I want to bring in Kasuti for 2 minutes, and then I bring in WG for 2 minutes. We close.
Okay, thank you, Vemba. Yeah, I just want, there is somebody who bring a notion that hajui kuna mtu ameelewa nini, but nisiende hapo sana. Kile nataka kusema ni kwamba kuna mtu ako possessed with the spirit of Tobias and Sanballat. But despite the fact that the Jeremiah got the message that the walls of Jericho has been torn down, he went ahead to go to rebuild it, and somebody came and say, sasa wewe unafanya nini? Hii hata mbweha ikipita hapa itaangusha hii ukuta. This is what have been happening. The spirit of Sanballat and Tobias, it is just hovering over somebody, and I don't want to mention his name. Na namwambia kumwambia ya kwamba mene tekel mperesi, there is writings on the wall. Those who have eyes, they can see it. Those who can interpret it, they can do so. Because you don't need to be told how things are moving on, where Kenya is heading to. Our forefathers, they fight it. Some of them, they lost their life. Some of them, they didn't even, because of what? Because of unity, peace, and harmony. So anybody who is not advocating for peace, that one is an enemy of the country. Whichever the, where was Hasa? Let me ask him, my good friend Beto. You want to become an MP, isn't it? Then hapo hapo you will have your own PA, personal secretary wanawaitanga hivyo. Then I believe strongly in my heart that if you elect your personal assistant or a your PA, he's there to advocate for what you want to do to the people, to your people. Now, how will you feel? How will you feel, you yourself? The person whom you trusted so much and you thought that this person will help you to achieve your goal, is the one now who is coming back and backbite you. How will you feel? How will you feel if it is you
It
as
is a
individual?
question. It is a
Yes,
question
it's
you
a
are
question.
asking. But
Yes,
PA is not an elected post. We do
it's
not
okay.
elect PAs.
I'm giving an example.
Ask them constitutionally if they are elected.
I'm saying you as individual, you have your own trust. The same way our government was formed with two individuals. Waliaminiana sana na wakasema ya kwamba hii ndio njia tunafuata. Ikawaje yale makubaliano waliokuwa nayo, mmoja amefika kiwango anaenda kushoto, mwingine anaenda kulia, alafu mnatarajia mseme mtaachieve. You cannot achieve. So kile najaribu kusema ni kwamba wewe, kwa sababu wewe pia ni kiongozi na unataka kuwa kiongozi, ungelitamani sana, na hii inakuja kwa question ya either Baba needs Oka people or doesn't need. We don't want people who will come and put demands on Baba. No, wacha achakue mtu yeyote yule, ule mtu yeyote atakuja akuje kwa Wakenya, tutampigia kura, and then after there akuwe na watu wenye watakuwa submissive. When he gives directions, they obey the directions and they do as they kwenda mbele. Lakini kuja watu waanze kuja wakulema kusema ati oh because I have this, oh because I need this. Tumeona kile kilifanyika 2013. Now we don't want such kind of a thing to repeat again in our country. We learn from the past. Na nimemaliza.
Dakika zako zimeisha. WG dakika 2. Usiwe kama Kasuti.
Hi Temba.
Hi sir, how are you?
I'm
good.
okay. That's good. You know, very soon, even on this forum, we are going to ignore Mr. Ruto because we don't think he is adding anything worth talking about, apart from spitting irrelevant, narratives that don't even help Kenyans. There's nothing Kenyans will get. In fact, very soon we are going to suggest that we discuss important policies based on parties. I would rather even talk about Musalia Mudavadi. Very soon he will be emerging ahead of William Ruto. Because when he starts to speak, he talks on the policies and the rule of the game. We are getting tired of him. William Ruto is applying, if you watch the African football, the Arab style of game, especially when they are going for an away match, their strategies are usually full of tricks. They will fall down anyhowly and then fake injuries, and then they will always call upon the refs to favor them. And those days when the refs also were from the northern part of Africa, then they also come to their aid very fast, and they grant them one penalty, and then that penalty will be defended until the end of the game. That is what William Ruto is doing during this election. And initially, I had even indicated here that William Ruto had one strategy. He comes up with a narrative that will create some wave. After creating some waves, the narrative, the wave will carry him all through to State House without people, probing and interrogating him how he's reaching there. And since he began this game very, very early, and Kenyans being what they are, they've played, yani wamecheza kama wao. Kenyans wamecheza kama wao. Nowadays they take him take him to the task and ask him to explain some of these things. No wonder we've pinned him down on the bottom up, and they've not clearly explained. So is heading nowhere, and I'm just asking people who are wise, like Ndeto, that they should avoid being misused. They are very wise Kenyans, where other people may depend on them for direction. So they should avoid propaganda and probe those policies. Whatever it is that UDA is offering, can you sit down and actually think and analyze if it is what Kenyans want? Thank you, Themba. Have I finished my 2 minutes or still? How many seconds remaining?
Your 2 minutes are over, and thank you
Asante
very
sana.
much.
Asante sana.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, now we must come to the end of our debate today. It has been very good. Let me acknowledge some of the people on the comment section. Wycliffe Machora, Mutua Ndeto, bado na comment huko. Kawajiko alisomea Harvard lini bana. John Maina, thank you. Blissful Musima, Babod Krasin, Igo Singari, Dennis Ondieki, Kenyan Prime, John Maina, Tiana Wycliffe, and all the others who have joined us either in Facebook or YouTube. We really appreciate always your comments as you come here. Again, we want to say that stay here, because they say Kenya is our business, and we need to keep talking, because when we stop talking, we start fighting. We really appreciate all of you, all the panelists, WG, Bantu Warrior, Jakindu Bay, Kasuti, Penny, and even Deto. As always, let's come here and have a very decent conversation around the political occurrence in Kenya. And because, some of us are here to learn, and also to try and convince and persuade people on any side to appreciate what either side is trying to say. And of course, as you come in, know that the vote at the end of the day is what will determine the leader. And we are here to persuade the votes. I always try to think of Kenyans and others as the way a matatu person looks at a passenger. They see the money, they don't see the person. And for us here, we see the votes. So whoever comes here is a vote, a potential vote for your team. So try as much as possible to convince them. And indeed, we hope that at the end of it all, Kenya will be a better place for not only us, but for even generations to come. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Themba, we have also to comment Ndeto for staying bold up to this time. It's normally very rare to stay with the UDA until the last minute.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Can I
Yes,
say one
Jakindu Bay.
thing? Niseme kitu
Yes,
kimoja
Jakindu.
nataka kumwambia Demba Ndetu kwamba kila nchi inatakiwa iwe na system yake. Kwa hiyo Kenya haiwezi kukopi Amerika ya kila kitu. Kenya inatakiwa, hata kama tumechukua vingine kwa Amerika, tuwe na system yetu, kwamba sisi system yetu ni kwamba tuna hiyo coalition, ndio iwe style yetu, kwa sababu tangu tuanze multi-party tumekuwa na hizo coalition, ndio zimekuwa zikifanya kazi. Hizo serikali zote ambazo zimekuwa nazo zimekuwa ni coalition. So zinafanya kazi, kitu inatakiwa tuzirekebishe ziwe nzuri zaidi. Kwa hiyo tusiseme tu kwamba tufuate Amerika tuue chama zingine. Nilijaribu kusema wakati mwingine, lakini Demba alinihakikishia kwamba nchi yetu ni nchi ya multiparty. Kwa hiyo nilikubaliana na yeye, akaniambia hizi vitu muda after sometimes huenda zikabaki labda 3 tu, unaona, kulingana na mageuzi, kulingana na hali ya siku ambazo zitakuja zijazo. Kwa hiyo nilikubaliana na yeye kwamba kila kitu ukiangalia huwa ni inageuka according to siku ambazo zinakuja na watu na elimu ile watu wanaanza kuona na yale makosa watu wataona. Kwa hiyo huenda siku nyingine Kenya kukawa na pati 3 tu au 2, lakini kwa sasa naweza kusema kwamba mtindo ambao tumekuwa tukitumia ni hii coalition, na hiyo coalition nafikiri imekuwa na mwongozo mzuri, labda naweza kusema ni nzuri kwa Kenya. Kwa hiyo lazima tuwe na identity yetu tofauti kati yetu labda na Tanzania, labda na Uingereza na hivyo. Kwa hiyo bwana Ndeto, hii inaweza kuwa ni mtindo wetu. Usiseme tu kwamba ni mbaya kwa sababu bwana Ruto anasema ni mbaya bila kuwa na suluhu. Kwa hiyo mimi nakuomba sana urudi nyumbani. Bwana Ndemba, vile ulisema, naomba kila mtu ajaribu kumsawishi huyu MCA. Atakuwa MCA na kiongozi mzuri sana. Ukifuata baba unaweza kufika mbali sana, nakwambia. Na kuhakikishia wale ambao wamemfuata wamefika mbali. Haona hata Ruto mwenyewe alikuwa mwanafunzi wake. Kwa hiyo wasikudanganya. Yule anaenda wrong njia, wachana na yeye. Asante sana bwana Demba, nimechukua muda mrefu, nisamehe sana. Muwe na usiku mwema.
Ni heshima Jakindu Bey, wewe ni mtu ambaye nakuheshimu sana. Ndeto, ngoja, najua pia utataka kujibu, lakini subiri kidogo. Nilikuwa naongelesha watu. We really appreciate the interaction and the discussions. Indeed, we must say that this forum is very educative to some of us. We learn a lot. They say you stop learning when you die. So as long as you are alive, there's something new to learn. Like they say, even a clock that stopped at 3, at least it's correct twice in a day. So that means you can always learn something from anyone. So having an open mind and willingness to learn is a good thing for as long as you're alive. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Kindly subscribe and share this channel to as many people as possible. We meet again tomorrow at night, 8 p.m. Kenyan time. I want to give Ndeto 1 more minute, and then Ndeto, ukimaliza tafadhali utuombe ndio tumalize.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana Demba. So mine is not even to criticize or make any observation, is to thank every one of us. I'm happy. You know, when a discussion like is one-sided, it is never tasteful, and even it lacks audience. So, but I'm not here only to discuss. I also mean what I discuss. So as well, regardless of my political position, I appeal to you as friends. There is a lot that is ahead of me. And currently I have some programs which I'm running. Especially there is one for helping the Form 4, students and also Class 8 pupils with revision materials. I have started to roll it out. It's picking so well, but I've been in deficit of paper rims. So if anyone would have something, even if it is one paper rim, I will appreciate, so that also, because I have the machines to print and also to photocopy. What I'm in deficit of is paper reams. So if someone can assist the way out, I will appreciate as I reach to more young scholars. So thank you so much.
What do you do, Ndeto?
And,
What do you do is very simple. We live
yes.
on our promises. What you do, move from where promises are not valid and come to the side of where promises are valid, and you will see. We'll see you through.
Kasudi, you are rude. That don't worry. You know, we have said that before, and I'm sure whatever it is, the course you're doing is a good course. So I'm sure members have heard, and definitely we had said that a while here, and we are willing to support. Your political persuasion is your democratic right, and
Yes.
we don't necessarily discriminate against you because you're from another political persuasion. The cause is good, and definitely those who are willing and that are able to do that, they're going to come through for you. So kindly, we're going to discuss, because we are to bring you on so that you can give us if there's something, you have a way that people can donate. But we can always discuss that later, and then we can come on and call more people to assist. A cause for education is a good cause. They say if you invest in education, you invest in generation. So wachana na Kasudi na siasa. Tafadhali Ndeto ombe so that we can
Okay, let us
Ndeto,
pray.
hold on, Ndeto. Someone is asking how much is it, how much you need. I think you can, how much is it?
Okay, as many paper reams as possible. One paper reams goes for, I think currently the rate is at 400. The last
All right,
time
fine.
nilinunua zilikuwa 400.
We can come in maybe in our next debate. We can post some more information where people can, if people have paper reams, they can drop, and we can see what happens. So you can pray, then maybe in our next post we can do that. Let's separate politics from issues of life.
Yes.
I mean, education. There are three things we have to fight: ujinga, magonjwa, na umaskini. So if someone is if someone is coming with causes like what Ndeto is fighting for, let's support. Kasudi, tafadhali weka siasa kando. Ndeto omba twende.
We don't want to be taken for granted. We know that's a very good idea, very good cause. I myself, I have been a motivator for those secondary schools for so many years. So I know the cause is good. But what I'm trying to say is, we don't want to be taken for granted. We want to support when they go somewhere, they will brag on us.
Kasudi, wait. Did you say you're a preacher?
Me? I'm not a
Ebu mute kidogo. If Kasudi says he was a preacher, then I'm wondering what kind of a preacher is it? When Jesus came and found the woman at the well, she was a Samaritan woman. He didn't tell her to become a Samaritan woman first before he could give her, the salvation. He gave her what she needed. Then she went and talked about the man. So sometimes you don't necessarily, you need to respond. Wait, Kasudi, you need to respond to people's needs, then they can know what you stand for. You don't tell them you join me first, then you'll see what I stand for. That is not how it works, right? I know Ndeto is in the other team, but we want him this side. But the cause does not know a team. I mean, kama ni ujinga, the person is going to educate. The person is going to educate.
Let's just help. He's our brother. And those ones he's helping. Those ones he's helping is our kids and our grandkids. So let's just help. Let's not think about UDA what. Those are irrelevant when it comes to help something.
Thank you, Jakindube. Okay, Ndeto pray.
Okay, asanteni sana. Let us pray. Everlasting God, through Jesus Christ, we do have become before you. We thank you so much for giving us ample time in the discussion. Father, we have relayed a lot of information, so educative, Lord, so elaborate. Lord, we hope that it will touch the lives of Kenyans, and we shall be able even to make good choices when it comes to election, so that we elect the parties or maybe those leaders with good policies instead of following the masses. Also, we thank you and we give you glory. Also, we pray to our families at this time or season of Christmas. Lord, those who are ready to celebrate, we pray that may it be a blessing season. Lord, those who are sick, we commit them unto thy able hands. Lord, we invoke the blood of Jesus so that they can all be healed. As well, we pray to those people who do not have food. Lord, may you provide to them. May you do great things upon them, O Lord. Every member also on this platform, O God, those who have taken part in the discussion, those who have taken part in the comment section, Lord, we commit them unto thy able hands, because were it not for that collaborative effort, we could not have made it today. We thank you, Lord, and we pray that every day as we discuss, may we keep uniting, and may our board also, in terms of bringing the unity of purpose in this country, may it get stronger and stronger. We thank you, O Lord, for you are the Almighty King. It is in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that we pray and give thanks. Amen.
Amen. Neto, can you put your email address in the comment section? There's a George one who wants to get in touch with you. You can put your email address in the comment section so that maybe George one can email you, and you can Kasudi, political parties, siasa isikugawanishe na mtu.
Tuna siasa hapo tumetoka kwa siasa. Yesu akamwambia Petero, nifuate. Fuate. Wachana na kile unafanya, unifuate. Unaona? Na ukishanifuata nitakuonyesha how you are going to benefit. Acha uvuvi, acha kila kitu, nifuate. Nami nitakuonyesha. So okay, it was by the way, but anyway, when it comes to that one is different with the politics. Now we set the politics aside and then we do what we can do as a human.
Neto, umeweka email address huko kwa nini?
Nimeshaweka.
Si kwa private chat, kwa message section.
Ile upande ingine.
Kuna jamaa nataka George one, kuna email address hapo, you can inbox Ndeto, he will give you details, because he says he can be able to help. I think probably he makes those things. I mean, rims na nini. You will get many help, even Jakin Dube here and Kina Penny here. There are many people. Most of us, education ni muhimu. He is the greatest equalizer. Education. Yeah. So see you guys.
Thank you. Leo, si kesho.
Deto, he can't see it. I can't see it either, so I don't know.
I've already put.
Not in the private chat.
Kuna mtu pia ninaona anaitisha M-Pesa number.
Yeah, kuna watu wanataka M-Pesa number. Unaweza weka M-Pesa number. But okay, remember, watu wakitoa kuja hapa, you acknowledge what they have given to you, so that we be as transparent as it can. We are very transparent people.
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah. So, do you want to put them or you want to inbox them? I don't know. How do you want to do it?
Nimeiweka kwa sababu it is not something that is private.
Okay, I'm not seeing your number. I'm not seeing your email either.
On the chat.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Not in the private chat, in the main chat.
Nimeziweka kwa main chat.
Okay, I hope they see it. George One, he has put them there. The M-Pesa number, Purity Muli, Ndeta America is the M-Pesa number, and the email address. You can see it from there. We can do something for him. Remember, it's education. Education knows no political formation, knows no tribe. So something that we George One can't see it. So I don't know what is happening.
Let me repost again.
It can't be seen. So you need to do it. You need to put it.
Okay, I'm putting.
John Maina is not able to see it. Asili2 TV, they are not able to see it. George One is not able to see it. They are not seeing the email address or even the number.
I
So
have put. I have just.
okay, let me see. Whoa. Kindly confirm if you have seen it. M-Pesa number. Okay, can you just say your email address? Probably that one. That one will say, what's your email address?
It is mbatiaisaac24@gmail.com.
Mbatia Isaac, spell it.
MBA.
You can write it somewhere and then you just do like this. I hope they'll be able to see it because I can't see it either.
Okay.
Just write it in bold, something that can be legible so that they can see it, and your number also because we can't see nothing. Remember, it's not a must. If you're willing and you are able to, you can help educate a child. He needs dreams to educate our children. You know, courses, good courses don't know any tribe. They don't know any political persuasion. So if someone is onto a good course, it is good always to support. So if you're able to do it, it's not a must. You don't have to. So if you're touched and you're willing, can we move it here? Move it a little to your I think to your right. To your right here, right there. So you wanna bring it a little close here. So it is Mbatia, it's MBATIA Isaac ISAC24@gmail.com, and the number is 0715384027. Yeah, those are that's okay, Ndeto. So they are going to see it from there.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can always come back there. So that's the M-Pesa number if you're able to come through for him. Remember, don't think about Ndeto. Don't think about politics. At the end of the day, it's about the child, the people we are trying to respond to. It's a cause. And the cause, when you reach out to them, when you help a child access school, education is the greatest equalizer. You can do it. I mean, just rims. If you can donate the rims instead of even giving the money, that's okay. Get in touch so that you're able to take the rims to him. He just needs the rims. So if you can donate, if you can get him the rims, even if you're a supplier and you just give free to him, that will be good. It is a good cause. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us, and thank you for those who are willing to reach out. Yes, Bantu.
Asante sana Temba, na tumefurahi, tumeona hiyo address, nimechukua picha. Kwa hivyo usitie wasiwasi, tutafanya hivyo.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bantu. In the meantime, kindly people go to my YouTube channel, is Temba TV, on YouTube. Subscribe, pick a like, and comment. Thank you. See you later today.
Thank you.
Bye.
Asanteni sana Themba.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
Sawa Ndeto. See you later.